So we good to go?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And as usual, we'll start with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. You may be seated. I'll read our Indigenous Land Acknowledgement Statement. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. Now I'll ask if there is any pecuniary interest to declare on the part of council with respect to any of the items on tonight's agenda. Hearing none. Can I get a motion then, please, to approve the agenda as circulated? That's moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate. Thank you, that's carried. So the next item that we have on tonight's agenda is a public meeting with respect to zoning bylaw amendment. So if I could get a mover and seconder, please, we'll move into public meeting. That's moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Nash, I think, right? Yep. Okay. So it is 6:38 p.m. All those in favor? Thank you. So at this point, I would like to introduce, first of all, our council. Starting on my right and moving to the left, Councillor Brian Woods, Councillor Janice Bray, and then I'm Mayor George Comrie. Next, we have our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry, Councillor Joe Lamb, and Councillor Scott Nash. We also have with us our planning assistant, Paula Macri, Paula. And we have our planning consultant on Zoom, John Jackson. So welcome all of you folks. Once again, I will ask, is there any pecuniary interest to disclose on anybody's part? Okay, I hear none. By way of protocol, I would ask that any comments that you have to make be addressed through me. And would you please introduce yourself, state your name before you start for the record, so everybody can know who it is that's speaking. We do have about, according to my list here, about 17 people participating via Zoom. And of course, they can hear you, but they can't see you for those in the room. I guess this is also a good opportunity to just mention to councillors, if you wouldn't mind when you're speaking, if you would make sure that the mic is fairly close to you. Once again, it's so that you probably will be able to be heard in here, okay, but we want to make sure the folks on who are online can hear everything that's said. So as I said before, the purpose of tonight's meeting is to amend section 3.26 of our zoning bylaw, number 07-2018, to recognize existing lots of record on private roads. And we have in the agenda package a report from our planner, John Jackson. And we have a list of comments that have been received as of noon today. I'll ask our clerk, are there any additional ones?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No additional correspondence from the two that were received shortly before noon today.
And they are from Jim Diamond, who is a planning consultant, and John Hawkins. So next I'll ask our planner, John Jackson, to introduce the amendment and perhaps speak to the correspondence that's been received. John?
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, members of council, and for those that can hear me on Zoom. This actually is the follow-up step to official plan amendment number 2 that carried on for quite some time and actually predated the pandemic by perhaps as much as a year, where council historically in its official plan only recognized lots that either were directly fronting upon a publicly maintained year-round road, or they were waterfront with a legal right-of-way to access them. That meant that private road properties that didn't have lake frontage or weren't on a public road were effectively not eligible for a building permit. After a number of years, quite a few public meetings, open houses, and various submissions, council adopted the official plan to allow for lots on private roads to be eligible for a building permit. Now there is a a catalog of those lots, which amounts to 45 or so. So they now become, as a result of this zoning bylaw amendment, eligible for building permits on the basis that the exceptions to the two road front or waterfront criteria are now expanded upon with the inclusion of, we'll call it backlots for the sake of a simple term. There was a late submission by the planner that the mayor's recognized, and another one from Mr. Hawkins, who is a lakefront property owner on Whitestone on a private road. With respect to the debate over backlot development, council decided to take a two-pronged approach. One was that for that list of existing lots of record, I'll call them, they would be automatically eligible to go right to the building department for a building permit for a dwelling. And that was to be offered up without, shall I say, any particular due diligence. There wouldn't be any studies, assessments, rezonings, etc. However, they felt that if anyone wanted to create a new parcel on a backlot, apart from the existing inventory, I'll call them, of landlocked parcels under the former policy, they would have to go through the normal consent process and do the various assessments that are associated with land division in a variety of forms. In the case of some, it might be a road upgrade, a private road upgrade, if we're dealing with a wagon trail kind of access arrangement, or there could be environmental matters that needed to be examined, such as natural heritage features and their protection. Could be assessments required for septic suitability, but council said that block of concerns goes with the creation of new lots. And so when we go to amend the bylaw for implementing official plan amendment number 2, the existing inventory of lots are automatically entitled by this amendment to a building permit. It doesn't prevent new lots from being created, but they have this rather arduous task of due diligence associated with it. But once they're created, they kind of roll into the inventory, if you like, of existing separate parcels. So while they have a separate process, so to speak, they will then be eligible for, once they're created, they'll be eligible for a building permit as well. In some ways, the planning consultant that's weighed in on this had not really understood that the background to official plan amendment number 2 is and was inclusive of discussions over the creation of new lots in the backlot world, which are available, but they still have this this list of arduous kinds of assessments that may need to be done. So he wouldn't be privileged to that fact. So I think I understand his perception that there may have been a switch in policy, but that's not the case. It was always part of the debate. It just so happens that this particular operation only identifies that those parcels that are on backlots that exist will be eligible for a permit. It doesn't prevent the municipality or the planning board, in the case of the land division body, from considering separately new created lots. That answers Mr. Diamond's question, in my opinion. I wasn't really sure what Mr. Hawkins' concerns were with respect to this general amendment, because in my view, it's a perfunctory kind of step needed to make the council decision adopting OPA number 2 operational. I'm not sure if I got through that kind of sort of long drawn out explanation for a very simple bylaw tweaking to implement the new policy on backlots. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We can now entertain questions and/or comments from members of council. Maybe we'll start with members of council and then any members of the public who wish to ask questions or comment. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. John, just a point of clarification, as we did all this in the previous council, we always talked about 60 lots or so. And if I understood you right, you said 45 lots tonight. So am I missing something or?
No, your number might be more accurate than mine. Just generally, there was this number of lots. It was 50. You could be more correct, but it was, if you recall, I think the inventory was shown on some mapping and kind of counted those lots that were separately identified, but not on a public road or a water body. And so 60 might be a better number than my 45 to 50.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or, oh, Councillor Nash.
Good evening, John, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just had two questions for you, John. The first one is, I know we've spoken about it, but if you could maybe just re-answer it. From what I would understand, an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw could be done at the same time as a concurrent item. Would you mind just answering why the process is a little different for this one? And then I'll ask you the second question once you've answered that one.
The answer is you can actually process both an official plan amendment and its implementing zoning bylaw concurrently. The way it works is that the bylaw doesn't come into force until the policy is approved. However, sometimes we will do them separately because we are uncertain as to how the final policy will look and direct in terms of any changes. And council might recall that I was very much of a mind that we might get significant opposition on this particular shift in policy. So we didn't know actually how it was going to turn out. So it was a conscious choice to take this in two separate steps. And at one point, we were understood that this policy was going to require approval from the province. It turns out through the process along the way, the municipality actually obtained approval authority for site-specific official plan amendments. When I think of site-specific, I think of changing a residence to a gas station in a residential neighborhood, but the province takes the view that anything that's not a 5-year official plan update is a site-specific amendment. And so when we went to them to seek approval, they indicated, no, you don't need it. It's council who is the approval authority. So because of that particular short circuit in the process, there was less concern about the likelihood of a significant pushback by the province. There still was believed that there could be pushback from the community because council that were around in the last administration will appreciate the many submissions and the many long Zoom hours of those who had posted serious or submitted serious concerns over the opening of any backlots in the community. So where it would be a normal kind of in sync matter, we would do them concurrently, but here we ended up doing them separately, which I think was a good step. In the future, you might take either path in terms of whether you do them separately or concurrently, but there's no reason you couldn't do them concurrently.
Okay, thank you, John. And my second question is kind of twofold here. On your report of October, in regards to the official plan update, you had noted at the end of it, it said some form of legal access to the parcel. And I notice now what you're proposing in 3.26B, at the end of it, it says a rural residential zone where there is a legal access to the parcel. So is there any reason why we've left out the form or the word some form of legal access to keep it in keeping with the update to the official plan? And then just so I understand it, and I'm sure some members of the public might also like to know, 3.26B versus 3.26D, they both say very similar items, except one talks about a year-round road. Can you just explain why we have 3.26B in here if there is a 3.26D that says something similar?
Well, the language in, if I can do them in reverse, 3.26D is the language which allows us to create new backlots with the various assessments. 3.26B is the one that adds an existing parcel, separate parcel on a backlot to now be eligible. And in the case of the last criteria, those lots that are to be created have to have a process associated with them that includes zoning. And that will also have likely a 5126 agreement to ensure certain details of a private road new lot created, such as a set standard, a minimum standard, suitability, natural heritage measures. So it brings on a host of additional requirements, which council said fine for new lots, but as far as existing lots of record that are essentially landlocked now, no new studies, no new assessments, no new conditions. So those are the two separate paths.
Perfect. And just the word under 3.26B, where it said some form of, in the new recommendation just says, or sorry, in the new wording just says legal access to the parcel. Is there a reason why the word some form of has been left out?
No, I think it's somewhat interchangeable. The reason that I'm preferring the more general wording is that there's a variety of ownership styles and situations where access to properties in backlots is available. And that's not just a legal right of way. It could be crown access roads. It could be a road allowance. The municipality has not opened for public assumption or maintenance. So it's kind of meant to be simply an accounting of the variety of means over which people cross adjacent lands to get to their property. And as long as it's available, I don't think that they should be thwarted from achieving their goals, whatever they might be.
Thank you, John.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from council? Any questions from the folks in the room here? Okay, how about on Zoom? Those of you who are on Zoom, if you do wish to, when there is an opportunity to a question or comment, if you want, you can use the raise hand button, which is along that little menu that pops up at the bottom of your screen. I don't see any hands raised at the moment, but I'll just give people a second in case you're trying to weigh in here. Okay, well, thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, then I guess we can adjourn the public meeting, and the actual bylaw to implement these changes will appear later on in the agenda. So could I get a mover and seconder to reconvene to the regular meeting, please? Councillor Woods, Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Lamb seconds. And it is 6:59 PM. According to my trusty computer clock. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. We're back in regular session. So the next, and thank you. I was going to say thank you to Mr. Jackson. It looks like he's left us already. Next item is our consent agenda, which consists of a fairly large, an unusually large number of different meeting minutes and for council and for committees. The shop committee, recreation committee, library board. So if I could get a mover and seconder for the following, please. Whereas the council of the municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of, and there are a list of 17 different council and committee meetings. And there is also the unfinished business that's listed on the on pages 4 to 7 of the agenda. Now, therefore, be it resolved, and you're going to get two motions here, but the first one is now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the following council meeting minutes. They are the inaugural council meeting minutes of November 15th, 2022, and the special council meeting minutes of November 23rd, 28th, 29th, and December 5th, 2022, and receives for information all other committee meeting minutes and the unfinished business contained in the consent agenda dated December 13th, 2022. Can I get a mover and seconder for that mouthful, please? Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Nash. Okay, any discussion about those particular items? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me, under unfinished business, I just wanted an update on firefighter certification. It was brought up in July and we were we were awaiting some funding opportunities and we applied, I guess, for some funding. And did we ever hear back on that, or what's the status?
Our fire chief looks like has gone on a call, but I wonder if our deputy chief has an answer to that. Councillor Bray. Bring your mic close, please, Councillor. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lamb, could you repeat that again? What was the?
If we look in the unfinished business, there's on the last page, which is page 7 of 174. You'll see in July about the third line or third section down, it says firefighter certification per correspondence from fire marshal's office, and it says funding opportunity, and it said a grant was applied for and waiting for a response. That was July, so I assume we haven't heard anything back.
I would say that I have not heard of it. So I don't think we have received it.
Okay, well, maybe staff can just, through the fire chief, let us know where that stands.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions or comments on these?
Through you,
Councillor
Mr.
Nash?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just had a really quick one. I noticed that there is 7 minutes for the recreational committee going from February, March, April, May, June, July, and October. And I guess I was just wondering why these wouldn't have been presented before now if they're almost for 8 months or so. I don't know if somebody maybe just got caught up in paperwork or what it might have been. It just seems for transparency, it would have been good if the board could have gotten them out a little quicker than 8 months. That's all. Would you know anything?
Well, yes, I'll try to respond. Since I'm on that committee, I asked the same question. Some of these actually were presented to council and received previously. And I was actually going to try and take a minute and go back and look at which ones they were. They come in consent agendas. And they're, usually they don't come until the minutes have been they don't come to council until the minutes have been approved by the committee, which is why you don't see the minutes for the November and December meetings, which have taken place because they haven't been approved by the, at least they weren't approved as of the time this agenda was printed. The November ones are now. So, but yeah, they're not. I mean, it's possible that there were some that got missed for some reason or other, but I honestly don't know like why there's. Some of them certainly have come to council previously. Anyway, we're just receiving them, so I don't suppose it matters, but it's certainly a legitimate question. I'm not sure why there's so many there. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, can I call the question then on this particular motion? All those in favor? All right, thank you. That's carried. Now, there is a second part to this. And it has to do with, there are a couple of other minutes. Regular council meeting minutes of November 1st, 2022, and the special council meeting minutes for November 2nd, 2022. Those were done by the previous council, not this council. And so the reason that they're separated simply is that only councilors who were there in the previous council can get to vote on them. So can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the regular council meeting minutes of November 1st, 2022 and the special council meeting minutes of November 2nd, 2022 are hereby approved. The Councillor Lamb and moving and Councillor Wood seconding. Any discussion about those? No. All right, thank you. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Right. Next, we have accounts payable. Get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information. Oh, my apologies. You're all right. And there is a revised motion for that one, which I'm going to find here. And the reason there's a revised motion is because the one in your package had an error on it in the listing here. So thank you for that reminder. I would ask for mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the Thrift Shop Committee recommended 2022 donations, which are listed here, and I'll just read them in case those on Zoom don't have this the accurate list in front of you. The first one is the West Perry Sound Health Center, $3,000. Second one is supplies for the Whitestone Lake Central School After School Program, $400. Third item is $5,000 for the Whitestone Library. Next item is $1,500 for the Ardbeg Community Club. Then we have $1,500 for the Whitestone Nursing Station, $500 for West Perry Sound District Community Support Services, and that is to support travel volunteers taking seniors mostly to appointments and things. $1,000 for the Salvation Army. Harvest Chair, $450. Esprit Place, $450. Heat and Hydro, which I understand is for the actual the Maple Island Community Center that the thrift shop is in, $2,000. And Aspen Valley, which is the wildlife sanctuary down south of us, $450. And all of that adds up to $16,250. And for those of you who might be new to this, the way this works is that the thrift shop committee meets and they look at the proceeds that they have from their sales of items over the course of the summer season mostly. And they discuss how that money could be distributed to the various charitable causes, and they bring us these recommendations. So that's where this came from. So if I could get a mover and seconder for this motion to approve this, then we'll have discussion. So Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Bray seconds. All right, with that, I will open it up to discussion. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I'm not on that committee. I was for about 8 years, I think, and what a wonderful committee and a wonderful group of people that do a tremendous amount of work. Just for your information, when I was on the committee, they usually would end up around $12,000 a year. And this year they're up to 16,000 plus. So fabulous. They're running their business right. So, and all these groups benefit. When you look at the after school program, you look at the library, $5,000 for a variety of things that will be implemented. I applaud them wholeheartedly, and I thank them. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from councilors? I did have a question which, or something that just struck me, which was that I noticed, and actually this relates to the error that was in the original table that was circulated, because it sort of had the item here twice, but I didn't realize that it looks like we are charging them back, if you will, the cost of heating and and the electricity that they use in the building. And I guess I should have recognized this because I was on the committee before, and I'm sure this is not a new thing. Apparently we've been doing this for a long time, but I was curious that we in fact charge them for the building. It's our building. We don't charge them for the rest of the other maintenance that we do on it or anything, to my knowledge. So I don't know if anybody has any thoughts about that, but I guess it's a historical precedent, is it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is. It's in my 15 years on council, they've always paid the heat and hydro there. Nor in my 8 years did I ever hear that come up at the committee as any kind of issue to them. So, I'm not saying that can't change. I'm just saying it's not an issue within the committee that I can ever remember. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this one? No? So we're all happy with this list then? Can I just ask then if you're in favor, if you're all in favor? Or sorry, was there another comment? No? Okay, all in favor of the approving the motion? Great, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Now we can do the accounts payable. And the accounts payable. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $322,079.47 for the period ending November 30th, 2022. Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Okay. Any discussion on payables? Councillor Lamb.
Anyway, page 70 of 174, I just had a question. There's a couple of 36800 and 36803. They're both partial refunds, security deposit. So why is there a partial refund of a security deposit? I mean, I know that there's road deposits that you either get them back or you don't. I've never seen partial refunds.
I will turn that one over to our CIO clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 36803, that was a refund of a partial refund for a security deposit for a minor variance application. So we receive an administrative fee, and if the money isn't completely utilized through the process, then they, once the
Okay.
process is complete, they receive a refund.
Good, okay, and I assume the other one's the same.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. My second question is on page 72 of 174. FAD Architects, I see there's another bill for the municipal office design of $1,000. I know on the last council, I asked all these bills to be added up. It seems this is the gift that never stops giving. Can I please get a recap of how much we've, not now, obviously, but maybe staff can supply council with a recap as to how much has been paid to FAD Architects for designing the municipal office building? Thank you. That's all I have. Nope, just all right. No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have two. First one, page 68 of 174 at the very bottom. And then you flip it over and it's page 69 at the very top. The Harris Lake Road Association annual contribution for $1,000. Is that the one up? Mag Watershed? Is that what that is? I remember we questioned it before. Did we ever find out what it was for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Yes, it is, it's a road that's actually not in the municipality of Whitestone, but it serves folks that do live in the municipality of Whitestone. And the treasurer and I are going to provide a report to council on this legacy donation during budget. It seems it was a very odd agreement that happened back during amalgamation, and we certainly question whether council's aware of it and if they want to continue that. But at the time, they were very insistent because it had always been given to them. So we decided that we would pay it once again this year, do a report to council, so you understand where that money is going and why.
Okay, thank you. And one other one. Page 73 of 174. Planning and Development Greenwood. Is that gonna be the final bill for Mr. Greenwood, or is there more expenses for his application coming forward?
Let me just have a look at that invoice, 21,839. I want to reserve my answer because I want to get a little bit more information. I'll look at it. I believe it's the final. I think I'm looking at our planning assistant, but let me get back to council so I can give you an accurate answer.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you, I have a few, and I wrote down that I think transaction number, not the page, so I've been trying to scurry right in the page down here. So, I guess I have two here that
Can you speak right into the
Yeah.
mic, please, Councillor Nash?
Sure. There's about 5 or 6 that I just have questions of. So one of them's on page 70 and one's on page 71. They both have to do with road grants. One's for Amarak Trail and the other is for Ring Rock Acres. One is number 36798 and the other is number 36809. And I guess my question is just, we have a deadline of September 30th, and I know it is now December and there's just being a check written. So I was just wondering if staff can get back to us to confirm that the applications were received before the September 30th deadline. And the second part to that is if they can confirm that for both those applications, as they're over private roads, if the owners of the private roads have given consents approving for the application of the road grant as per our road grant protocol. So I don't know if staff can look into that and get back to us on those two items.
We can do. I can give you the answer to the first question. The answer is yes. In fact, we did have to turn away an application that was received somewhat after September 30th. I know they weren't happy, but we did. We stick to that deadline because we have other things to take care of, and other applicants respect the deadline. I will check with the treasurer to see if the owners gave their consent.
Yeah, and I know there was in the past, there's been an issue, I think, with Amarak Trail versus the roads. I'm just curious to see if that was in there. And then on page 71, under Sturgeon Fall brushing, it's number 36811. I see that the total, I believe this was for the landfill chipping of the brush, was for just over 17,500. And I just so I understand it more, I know we're approving that. But in our bylaw for procurement, do we get quotes when it's over $10,000? Like, did we obtain, I guess, three quotes for that before the work was awarded? If it's for $17,000, just wondering how that works for that.
That would be the manager of public works responsibility. I'll check. He's aware of the bylaw. There are exceptions if you can't get any other quotes, but he does go looking for contractors for all the work. Can you just give me that number again, please?
Yeah, sure. 36811. So yes, maybe if you could just have them write a report back to staff that, or back to council, that would be great. And
Well, just to be clear, he won't write a report. It'll just be an email.
perfect, or email. And then the last one I have is kind of grouping 3 or 4 things together. I noticed there's a number of, on page 73, 74, 77, and 79, there's a number of legal entries. Hicks Morley, DeFry, Smith, Rublin, Tomlinson. I was just wondering, is council advised of what files these are for? I know we can't probably talk about it in open, but are we presented with accounts payable maybe in closed that tell us what those are allocated for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't do accounts payable and close. If a council member has an interest in the invoice, they can come into the office and have a look at it.
And my very final one is just on ice cap on page 71, item 900. I see that we're spending some money on some testing and also 5,425 for ice cap. Is that the membership for the year that we're spending the 5425 for?
This, through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the work that they're doing on the energy management protocol that council agreed to early in the year. So we're just simply paying for the work. I'm in the process of reviewing the draft report, which will come to council in the new year.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I will call the question then to. Sorry, you had another?
Yeah, just one comment really, for the new counselors. We're just receiving this. We changed this in the last council. We're just receiving, if I understand it right, we're just receiving this for information. Have these checks all been cut and distributed,
Yes.
or how does the process work?
That's through you, Mr. Mayor. Many of these are EFT, electronic funds transfer. So the way it works is the senior employee in charge of the purchase will sign off on it. A good number, as you can expect, are public works related. Some of them are mine. There's only 3 signing authorities for invoices, and that's our fire chief, myself, and Dave Creaser. Actually, the treasurer does sign off on a few, but not many. And so once they're signed off on and we're comfortable with the payment is made through EFT, or in the case of road grants, we always issue a check. There's a few checks that still go out.
Yeah, so theoretically, if Ice Cap, for instance, hadn't been for work, but was for an annual membership, would that check be cut? Because what happens if council, I'm not suggesting we do this, but what happens if council said, want to take a look at that $6,000 and what we're getting for it? And is it worth it? And all those kinds of questions.
Do that at budget.
Oh, who's that?
I don't know, somebody came in from somebody whose microphone is not muted on Zoom.
Well, I'll just jump in there. Something like ice cap, for instance, that would have been in the budget that council would have approved at the beginning of the year for that activity. I'm just trying to think of what another example might be. I can't think of one right now, but anything that of substance is in the budget and is discussed or brought to council's attention during the budget process.
Thank you.
Yeah, in this particular case, council did explicitly approve the funding for this ice cap energy analysis work. So, I mean, it was already approved. They're not spending money that wasn't approved by council. It's just there's a delay between the time that we approve it and the time that the bill comes in.
But I guess my real query was, What happens if we, maybe that was a bad example. What happens if there was some, are these checks cut before they come to council? That's my real question. Are 95% of these, is this just for information because they've been cut already? And
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anything else about payables? If not, can I call the question, please? All those in favor receiving this report? Okay, thank you. That's carried. Okay. So we are now to item number 9, staff reports. And there is one which is a draft of a revised procedure bylaw. So I'll just ask to open up discussion on this one. I will ask for a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information staff report 2022-admin-16 entitled the draft procedure bylaw update, and that the following amendments are hereby recommended, and we'll see what discussion there is about these. But if I could get a mover and seconder, we'll get it on the table. Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. Okay, thank you. So we're I guess probably the first thing I might do is ask our CAO clerk to just introduce, because this is largely work that she did with a little bit of help from me. And by the way, I was just to be clear, we're it's a preliminary version. We're not looking to pass it tonight. There's no bylaw or anything, but just to get council direction on 1 or 2 questions that are outstanding. Anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long time coming. When I started with the municipality 4.5 years ago, it was identified as not as a priority, but certainly something that needed to be looked at. And it's taken this long to get here. It certainly looks different than the original procedure bylaw. And as I said in my report, it's the work of doing research on what other municipalities do and don't do. And there's some similarities and certainly some exceptions. And for the most part, it's a result of a workshop that I attended with other municipal representatives and some members of council to look at procedures bylaw. And it was led by the Wishart Law Firm to look at procedure bylaws and to identify what's important to be there and what's not important, and some of the components that allow for the a council meeting or a board meeting or a committee meeting to run in the right manner. Because it's gone from a few pages to 27, clearly there's some differences. An expanded definitions list, a robust description of roles and responsibility, and that comes from the Municipal Act, and some general meeting rules expanded and explained a little bit more detail than the original procedure bylaw. A clarity in respect of procedures and meeting protocols, such as rules of debate and decorum and voting, to name a few. One of the important changes from the original bylaw, but there were amendments, was the allowance for electronic meetings. So we can now meet electronically. Councillors can vote. You're considered part of a quorum if you're not in the room. So that is the result of COVID, but it was a good result. There's a number of things that I've highlighted that need some council input, and I know there's been discussion on these matters, and so I'm interested in seeing getting comments from council members, and we'll move to the next iteration. I imagine there'll be 2 or 3 before it's finalized. It's a very important document for the municipality. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Did you, Madam Clerk, did you want to go through to the highlight, the sections that you highlighted? And just because unfortunately I don't have them in front of me. I don't have the part with the highlights or my, oh, I guess they're in red, are they?
Yeah, they're all in
They,
there.
they should be in red.
They're in
Those are the pieces that
Okay.
I wanted some input
You don't have to go.
from council. So I'm happy to attack this however council chooses. I'm guessing that different members of council have some comments or some thoughts on some of the items, the importance items that are important to them.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I guess we can go in order too if you want, but through just from the beginning, but Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is a very important document. And we certainly aren't going to pass it tonight. I'm going to suggest that we attack it without debate tonight, because because I have some extensive changes that I'm going to have, and I suspect others on council are going to have them. And if we get into debating each one of these, we're going to be sitting here at 10 o'clock and we will not have gotten to the rest of this agenda because it's that big. And so I certainly am prepared, as I'm sure others, you know, I've looked at the document and you know, I know the changes that I would like on it. But if I'm going to get into, well, what's your justification and what's your this and what's your that, I think that's for the next meeting. I would suggest that what happened is that staff take down all the comments that the various counselors have, that they amend the document as if we were going to do that, whatever those suggestions are, and bring that back to council at a future date of which we would then debate all the changes. And then as a result of that, there would be another iteration come back to council that probably would be approved by council. So I see a process like that. Because again, we don't have enough time tonight and we've got a lot of other work to do. So that's how I would suggest. I put that out as a suggestion, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that's a reasonable suggestion. Really what we were, I think, trying to do is to identify what are the areas of concern that people have, things that you think are missing or things that you think should be changed. So, I mean, we can do it. And as I said earlier, I know that the clerk has already identified some of the things on which but maybe on which there needs to be some, I guess, some discussion ultimately, but it doesn't have to be tonight. We can just add those to we can leave those on the list if you want. So I don't mind if you want to go through it in order and pick, we've got 27 pages, so I guess things that are and just I'm talking about things that are substantive, like there are some typos and other things probably in it still that'll get caught on a final sort of pass. But who wants to go, and we'll just mark down the sections that you have concerns with.
Mr. Mayor, my voice is sort of going, so I'll go last, because as people go through their thing, I could then tick off that
All right.
they've covered my points, I guess. So, thank you.
Okay,
You could go last. I'll go second, because you always go last, don't you?
well, you know, I do have some things, but I didn't do a sort of any kind of an editor proof on it because I knew there were things that we were still going to be discussing, and so other things we would catch later. So, do you want to go first, Councillor Woods?
But I give a couple and then I give somebody else an opportunity. Sorry.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor. How about I'll do a couple and then
Hmm.
give somebody else an opportunity, so we're not here all night. I have a couple real quick ones, and maybe I'm wrong, but the version of the municipal act that I have, I actually left in my truck tonight. On page 96 of 174. 2.5 clerk municipal act, section 224, it says, and I checked the municipal act, and to me, it looks like that should be covered under section 228, maybe just a typo or an error. Another one would be 2.7, where it says chief administrative officer, where it quotes section 227. When I checked, I thought it was section 229. I do have a 216 version, so maybe mine's a little bit out of date, but
Is that the issue? Is it, can you? I didn't bring mine with me either, so.
Mine's in the truck if you want me to run out and grab it.
No, I think for the, as the members of council said, I'm just gonna write this down.
Okay,
I'm not gonna comment. I'm not going to check. We're gonna make note of this as there's gonna be several iterations, so let's just, we can move quickly through this. I think if you have a question about something, I'm circling it and we'll
okay.
move on it.
I would just, if I can just interject, there, this act is under constant
Oh, yeah.
revision, as you know. You need to pull it off the government website. There have been changes as a result of a bill that was passed a couple of days ago. So literally, no, I don't think it affects these sections. So you're probably right, but I mean, you could be right, but I'm just saying, you have to be.
Yeah.
And what will happen is when the dust finally settles, somebody will go very carefully through and make sure that their references are right. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
But
but go ahead, keep going.
here. So under roles and responsibilities, head of council.
If you could, excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, just give me the number.
Okay. Page 95. Is that good?
Uh,
That work? 2.1.
There, that's helpful. Thanks. Then I can find it quickly on the page.
Well, when I read through section 225, again in my copy, so maybe it's out. It seems like there's a lot more definitions here under head of council. I was just wondering where they came from, specifically C, G, H, I, and J.
Okay, well, sorry, I thought the latter ones, the latter four, H to K, I think, are actually in another section, a couple down from, like, if 225 is the right number, and I apologize, I don't have it in front of me, but if 225 is the right number, you will see A to G, I think. Not C, but you'll see some there. C is different. And then that list ends, and then if you go down a couple more sections, it carries on and goes
Oh, okay.
and carries on with some more.
Okay, I'll check again.
But item C, I think, was the CIO clerk mentioned that this came out of a template that was devised by a group effort that Wishart Law did some years ago. And the people in there were a whole bunch of, it was like a workshop, municipal workshop, and a whole bunch of people that were there, chipped in all their suggestions about things that should be in it. So that particular one, assigning seating arrangements in the council chamber, that is not in the municipal act, I can tell you.
Okay.
And it isn't something that I did either. If you don't like your seat at the table.
Well, I think it should come out, but having said that, this is the exact sort of debate that if we get into it, we're gonna be here all night. Like you don't need an explanation. He's just questioning it. The clerk is taking it down and
Okay.
coming back. Like, if we're gonna keep talking,
All right, fine, sorry. Carry on, carry on.
Thank you.
There was the one section, sorry, where is it? Under the electronic meetings. I don't know where you think this should go. I think it's an important one that should be covered in our procedure bylaw is how many consecutive meetings could someone attend, say by Zoom or by phone? Because I mean, technically, I'd love to move to Mexico and just keep my address here, but I'm sure nobody would appreciate it if I disappeared for the entire year, right? And I maintained a seat at the table. That's something that I think should be written in to the procedure bylaw. After that, I'll leave it at that and I'll give everyone else a shot. So everyone's not sick and tired of listening to me.
Well,
Thank
so
you, Mr. Mayor.
could we just get an idea of where that is, Madam CA?
Yes, 4.8. So we'll build some wording in to accommodate that.
Thank you.
So. I'm not trying to respond to it, but I'm just noticing that in 4.8, there is another item about and it's 4.8.3B. It says a maximum of 2 members may participate in the same meeting by electronic means. And I question, I don't know if that's the point you're making, but and you were making, your question was how many consecutively, but this is trying to set a limit on how many people can come by. And of course, then the question is, what's the consequence if they can't come, right? If people can't participate in person, what do we do? Do we cancel the meeting or what's, so that's a bigger question that needs to be discussed. Doesn't need to be discussed tonight, but I think that's one that obviously we have.
So if
to-
I may, Mr. Mayor, this is a question that many municipalities have been struggling with and it varies significantly between municipalities and the original document that we were working off, and it was actually pre-COVID, suggested 2. No, it was just into COVID suggested 2. But it's unique to the municipality and how the community feels. So this, you're correct. This is where I was looking for some input from the rest of council. And you'll notice that there is another clause in there where the chair of the meeting must be present in person. And that's somewhat been established here as a protocol. So it's been written in.
Okay, something else, Councillor Nash.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll try and do a few here and give up maybe after 5 minutes, let somebody else do a few too. So I'll try and go page by page and just note the number, Michelle.
The section
Okay.
number would be helpful.
So,
Thank you.
Just overall in the contents, I've suggested a couple more items which don't have any spot right now. One of them is just the purpose and principles of this bylaw. I'm gonna be honest, I did a little bit of reading of some of the other bylaws or procedural bylaws, Guelph, one of them. And I know they have a nice section in there that summarizes that. I did a bit of plagiarism, I was reading, I'll call it. So maybe just look at that and see if that can be put in. And under definitions, maybe a definition for point of order and point of privilege would be good if we could. And also just information items, how we might take in information that goes into the back of the agenda. And if council wants some information brought up, how it's done. And then I'll kind of go through what I have just page by page now. So I guess I have to strike out the definition ex officiato, where it says that the mayor is a member of all committees of council established by council. I think Councillor Wood said something similar to me. I have striking out 2.1C. And I have striking out, I'm not sure if this is correct or not, but 2.2E. And then I guess more of what I have here is more of a, not a question, I'll state it as a question, but if you can just do some research for the definitions of 2.4, 2.5, 2.6, and 2.7. I've noticed in another or a couple other procedural bylaws, the definitions aren't there because they're really governed under other policies we have. So maybe just see if it's something we need to put in here, or are they under other policies already, and we can shorten the document a bit.
One moment, through you, Mr. Mayor. So you're suggesting
2.6, or sorry, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6 and 2.7, do we need to list all the definitions? And that might even go so much, Michelle, to a couple others, but those are the ones I just said, do we need the definitions in place, or are they covered under other policies? More of a question. Under 3.2, suspension proceeding bylaws, right now it says at least 2/3. I think maybe just the word majority instead of 2/3. I think normally it's just majority of everything we do. I have under audio video equipment, which is 3.1, have added a little note, and if you want me to say it to you afterwards, that's no problem as well. I've just added at the very end, if audio video equipment is not functioning correctly after 10 minutes of attempting to repair, the meeting will continue in person and will not be canceled or postponed. So just giving something to define if there's a problem, how long we'll try and fix it, and do we cancel the meeting or do we carry on?
so that's 3.10, not 3.1,
Correct.
310. Yeah,
310, yeah.
thank you.
Under 3.14, rules of debate, near the very bottom, it says, or sorry, about 2/3 of the way through, it says a motion must be presented in writing. I just think maybe if you can look at that, a motion must be presented in writing or presented verbally. Maybe if you can just see if we have the right wording there. And I'll do 3 or 4 more and then I'll turn it over to somebody else. Under 3.15, conduct and decorum.
Pardon me if you don't mind. The motion to be presented, right? Oh, okay, halfway down the page.
Yeah.
Okay,
so-
fair enough. I found it.
So,
I found it. Yep.
it's on page 14 of 27, I believe.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We're on 14 of 27 now.
So 3.15, conduct and decorum, under A, I've just simplified it and just say speak respectfully, and taken out of the mayor, deputy member, staff, or any member of the public. I think we can just simply say speak respectfully, period. Doesn't matter who you're talking to, it should always be respectfully. And to the next section, right below that, is the same thing. It says at a meeting, no person will speak disrespectfully, and I just leave it at speak disrespectfully. And then the last page I'll do here is 3.17, points of procedure. Upon appeal, it says the member will state the reason for the appeal. The chair may then indicate why the appeal should be rejected. So I just have that part, the chair may then indicate why the appeal should be rejected is strucken. And about 3 lines down from that, it says no member will disobey the procedural bylaw or a decision of the mayor, chair, or council, or question or order of procedure or any interpretation of the procedural bylaw. It sounds very wordy and I've just struck it out. Maybe it can be revamped a little bit. And the very last part to that, under 3.18, under voting, I've put all planning and zoning items will have a recorded vote for transparency. I don't know where it would go under that section. I'm just suggesting that all planning and zoning items will have a recorded vote for transparency.
Okay, so zoning is planning, so you can simplify any planning related matter is what you're
Yeah.
asking for.
I can continue to go, or if somebody else wants to talk. You want me to continue? Okay. On 3.21. Voting reconsideration. Under item D, again, it says a 2/3 majority instead of just a majority. I think it should just read majority. And then under 3.22. I think this was from training that I've received recently. I think it might be something new. It says every bylaw will be given 3 readings. I believe that only needs to be 2 readings now. So if you can look into that and just see if it's been updated to 2 from 3. And then under 4.3.2. The second paragraph. I've just put it back to the wording of our current procedural bylaw. Which is basically upon receipt of a petition from a majority of members of council, the clerk shall call a special meeting. Right now it says may summon. I think it's shall call a special meeting for the purposes and the time mentioned in the petition by providing a notice. So I've just put it back to the wording that we already have. And I think I'm almost done. Electronic meetings under 4.8. I think we've already spoken a little bit about this tonight. So 4.8.3, I have a maximum of 3 members may participate in the same meeting by electronic means. And then I'd written something below: the meeting chair cannot run a meeting electronically via video call unless the entire meeting is by electronic meeting, but I believe that's already said under 4.85. So
That's correct. That's covered.
I apologize there. I was getting ahead of myself when I was going through it. Under agenda, which is 6.1. Point 1. It is the duty, and I'm not sure how this would work. I've written it as the duty of the clerk, deputy clerk, but I'm not sure if that's, I'm just thinking if you can't be here, how it works. So I put deputy clerk, but I don't even know if that's correct.
No, it's implied if the clerk is
Okay.
there, there's always a designate.
And I've strucken out where there is a dispute about including or excluding the items from the agenda. The mayor's decision will be final. I've just excluded that. And under 6.1.2, I've added, but I don't know where it would go. If requested by a member, the Word document will be provided to assist members in preparing for meetings where available. Under 6.1.5, again, partway through, it notes the words 2/3 majority instead of just majority. Under 6.1.1, am I going too fast, or you're good? Okay. 6.1.6. I have 8 days for the notice is what I'm suggesting. For all items to be included in the agenda as a cutoff. Under 6.1.10.
If I could step back.
Yeah.
So, the cutoff for the items included in the agenda is entirely linked to when the agenda is going to be distributed.
Yeah,
Because we will, the clerk's office will set that.
I-
So if the agenda is distributed 7 days before the meeting, the cutoff can't be 8 days. There has to
Yeah,
be
I-
a longer period. So I'll fill in the number of days, and
Yeah.
what I need from council is when you would like the agenda distributed to
Okay.
yourselves and to the
so
public.
I think I did the calculation correct, but whatever day it works out is just my comment. So 6.1.10, I have 8 days as well. And the second paragraph to 6.1.10, it says deputations will be limited to 10 minutes in length per speaker. I've struck out per speaker, and that's in keeping with many other procedural bylaws, just 10 minutes for a delegation. And at the very end of that paragraph, it says, notwithstanding this, council may extend the time I've written by 5 minutes of the deputation upon a majority vote. I've struck out emergency deputation requests will be received by the mayor and will be heard at the leave of the majority of council. I'm not sure what emergency deputations would have, so I've just struck it out. I think they might be thinking of bigger municipalities. And the line right under that, for any regular council meeting, a maximum of 2 10-minute deputations may be scheduled. Just my idea. Right now it said 3. And under about 3 paragraphs below there, let me know when you found it, Michelle. It says subsequent deputations on the same topic. Do you see that?
I see it, yes.
Okay, I've just said by the same person or group will be accepted, provided I've struck out the word there. It is limited to the submission of new information only and not within 12 months of the last presentation. And then on 6.1.13 under correspondence, the second last paragraph, you had, or it had spoken to personal information. I've just reworded it. And again, if you'd like it after, I can give it to you, but I've written personal information in brackets, email address, phone numbers, close bracket, will be redacted from the public record and only the name as shown on the correspondence will be included in the public record. I've just cleaned the wording up a little bit. Under 6.1.15, I have struck out item E. The chair may terminate the question period at any time the chair deems it necessary. And then for the last 2 items under 6.1.15, I've put 7 days for the council package for electronic to members and 7 days for a hard copy. And then, excuse me, under 6.1.16, I've noted that it should be made available 6 days to the public, 1 day after council receives it. And a hard copy would be available 6 days before as well. And I'm not sure all the community boxes that the agendas get posted in, but I've suggested maybe we list them here just to make sure that staff is dropping them off everywhere, or if we want to add anywhere. And then I think I'm on the last page, thank goodness. Closed meeting agendas. I've struck out 6.3.2 and I've added a new sentence, but I'm kind of still working, I'm still scribbling, but it says closed meeting agendas will be sent to council, including agenda package and dial-in numbers 5 days in advance of the meetings. I think it's important that we set out here when we get the agenda package and it all comes at once. And that's all my very lengthy comments, and now I can let somebody else go through them all. And maybe some of them have been crossed off for others. Thank you for listening to me all.
Okay, who wants to go next? Councilor Bray, did you have any?
I certainly don't have as many as, but some of them have already been answered, so that's a good thing too. I did have one though, and I'll go back and find it. I think it is 6.1.1. Sorry, I forgot that. I'll go back. It's 6.1.1. It's on the agenda. It's page 110. And I noticed that where the mayor's decision is final, that things can be excluded from the agenda. I think somewhere, I'm not sure where it would go, but somewhere there needs to be in the, in this procedural bylaw that if something is being excluded from an agenda, that the person who, submitted it, gets informed before the meeting. I think we don't want to have lots of surprises. It's just too hard to deal with.
Okay, thank you. Is it-
I
is it
had
on?
one other area, and I'm not sure, uh, where it would go, but it's to do with deputations and, whether we would like to consider that anyone having a deputation, I know this happens in other municipalities, where the deputation, the written copy, or if it's going to be, a PowerPoint, whatever, that it is submitted to the clerk, CIO clerk, ahead of time so that it can be distributed with the packages. It's just it's just an idea. And that way then we have all the information ahead of time.
Okay,
No, and I think that's fine for me.
okay, thank you. You got some more or you, one more? No? Yeah, go ahead. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how I passed this the last time, but under question period 6.1.15. A, the last sentence. All questions from the public will be relative to listed agenda items only. I think that needs to be removed. Reason being, if I ever do get to go to Mexico and I'm only here for 2 weeks a year, if I want to ask a question, and it's the only opportunity I get in person, I should be allowed to ask any question at any time I want as a taxpayer.
6.1.15A.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Lamb, are you? you go?
Yep, I guess I'm gonna go. So, just while you're on that section, um, I would also take out just before that, and will this is the question period, and will generally be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes. We have people that wait 3.5 hours, and if there's more than 15 minutes left and there are questions, then I think they should be allowed. So I would just strike that out before that. I'd also comment that, and there's no place in here that we've defined or mentioned anything about the committee of the whole. And I think we need to address, because our second council meeting every month has a committee of the whole section, and I think we've got to get some rules, I guess, against that or around that. So anyway, let me go through. Everybody has covered a lot of the things that I wanted. I agree with that the seating is the seating. I don't think that should be in, but anyway. This is 2.2 under the duties of the chair. Under G, it says, when in the chair's opinion, the words or the conduct of any person, including the member, is in contravention of blah, blah, blah. I would like to put in, when in the chair's opinion, supported by the majority of council. See here.
Where, excuse me, where was that you?
It's in G. 2.2, under the duties or the chair, item G. It says when in the in the chair's opinion. I want to put in the chair's opinion, supported by the majority of council. Okay, what's next?
I would just comment to you that that's actually out of the municipal act, so. It's not. We're not actually at liberty to vary that.
I
The
didn't-
municipal act gives the chair the power to remove people from the meeting for offensive behavior.
Okay, well,
In the chair's opinion, I'm
Good, we'll
sorry to
debate that
tell you,
next-
but.
we'll debate that next month, I think. Isn't that what we were trying?
Debate
to
it
do?
all you like, but it's in the municipal act, so
Yeah, well.
we
yeah.
can't.
I'll give you some examples next month, so there we go. Anyway, Under 3.12 staff attendance, I'd like to add deputy mayor in there somewhere. Where it says staff will, when requested by the chief administrative officer or mayor. I'd like to add deputy mayor.
Where is, sorry, where is that? 3?
Staff attendance, 3.12 staff attendance. I'd like.
Oh,
the word-
3.12. Yeah, okay, all right, sorry. Now I understand.
Okay. 52. Okay, page, oh, I think that was already covered. Okay, I want the words out of 3.20, but I call it 3.20. The last line, it says an emergency an amendment which substantially changes the motion will not be permitted. I want that deleted. Thank you. Again, wherever in the document it says a 2/3 majority, I want it to be a simple majority of council, not 2/3. Under 4.8.5. I think you need to say the chair must be present in person at an open session council meeting. Except by Zoom, or is the definition of open council session mean open here? Because certainly the chair can chair it if it's only by Zoom, right?
That's correct. And that is
Unless,
covered.
unless it's electronic, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, under E.
Yeah, just
Uh,
unless it's
Yeah.
electronic, that's all.
Yeah, that's. covered.
Okay. Again, I can supply this to you later. 6.1.1, it says it's the duty of the clerk to prepare the agenda for all meetings in consultation with the mayor. Where there is a dispute about including or excluding an item from the agenda, the mayor's decision will be final. I put down it is the duty of the clerk to prepare the agenda for all meetings in consultation with the mayor and the deputy mayor. Where there is a dispute about including or excluding an item from the agenda, the clerk's decision will be final. 6.1.5, again, that's majority instead of, okay, it's been covered. I don't see the need for 6.1.8 or 6.1.9. Filling out forms and written, it's worked just fine up till now. If we want to put something on the agenda, we email the clerk and she says it's on and away we go. Anyway, I want both those, I would suggest be eliminated, 6.1.8, 6.1.9. I had a little different in terms of 6.1.10. Counselor Nash said, changed it a bit, but anyway, I just wanted to make sure that no more than two, in the second paragraph where it says no more than two representatives, that it says 5 minutes each. So if they're allowed 10 minutes and they have two people presenting, it's not 20 minutes. It's 5 minutes each. Let me see. 6.1.12. Just along the line of what I said before. I want to add, the mayor, the deputy mayor and the clerk may decline to add items and or reports to an agenda. And I want to eliminate F as a reason to not do it. And I want to eliminate H. Question period, we got to, I want to make sure that also under, I think this was already covered, but I want to make sure under question period, if there's a question asked and the mayor answers the question, that if another counselor wants to address that same question, which often happens, that they're allowed to do so. That's 6.1.15 question period. Okay. 6.3.2, I want out completely. I'll explain why next month.
What one was that? Sorry.
6.3.2. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Probably a number of the things that I had noted, and unfortunately, the copy that I have that is marked up electronically is on my laptop. So I'm not going to go through an exhaustive list here, but there are, I mean, there are some things that I think in the original review of it, we did not pick up accurately. There are a couple of situations like the one that I alluded to a minute ago, where there's an inconsistency between the municipal act and this. And the sole authority to do this is the municipal act. So anything that is in conflict with the municipal act is ultra vires to start with. So some of these are just small wording things, but we need to. I did make a note of a couple of those. I tend to look at, and I'm just going to make some sort of general comments. I tend to look at what are the things that we have experienced difficulty with in the time that I've been on council, and you know, some of them are things that we've already talked about a little bit. Delegations, people, and our current bylaw kind of implies that people have a right to have a delegation when they want it, right? And the problem with that is that we have a certain amount of business which varies from meeting to meeting, and sometimes there simply is not room for another delegation at a meeting. And usually when that happens, what happens is that the clerk and I will simply say to the person, sorry, it's not, we don't tell them, no, you can't have a delegation. But there's also another more sort of general thing, which is that, you know, we try to the best of our ability to you know, to kind of get a sense of what's going to be on the agenda looking forward. And to plan what council is going to have to deal with and to try to make sure that there's enough time. And I mean, I think one of the things we learned is that sometimes, you know, there has to be a special meeting for something. And we, you know, these rules are, I mean, they cover all the meetings, but they're intended really to sort of support the flow of a, you know, a regular business meeting, we'll call it. So if we have something where there is a very large, there's a matter of public interest that's in a public meeting and there's a large attendance anticipated, we probably should schedule that as a separate meeting. And there's nothing in here that stops us from doing that. But we can avoid some of those problems that way. I have a comment that will come up, I guess, with respect to the trying to lengthen the times that how far in advance people get stuff, because I've heard quite a bit about this. And the problem that I think folks don't realize is that you know, we're having a meeting just about every 2 weeks. And what happens is that if you move the time to the material has to be submitted and the time that it has to be made available to council, and the time that the clerk and whoever else have to look at it at you know, preparing agenda items, all those kinds of things, then if you move it out too far, then everything is all sort of scrunching together and you're going to get very, very long lead times. And the question that I want to leave with, the reason I'm mentioning this now is the question I want to leave with the folks who brought this up is that I'm wondering if what you're really concerned about is planning issues mostly and not ordinary business. And if it is, we probably could have a separate way of dealing with that. I'm concerned that if we try to move the deadlines out too far, then you know, you're not going to be able to submit anything for a meeting, for the next meeting. It'll have to go to 2 meetings out or something, or 3 meetings out or something like that, you know, and then we'll end up having to put things on the agenda as urgent matters that have to be dealt with right away. So there is also, I think, a little bit of confusion in this draft that I noted between there's reference, and you heard it in a few comments just at the end here, comments to the about the mayor and the deputy mayor. The office of the deputy mayor exists solely for the purpose of things where the mayor is not available. And that is actually, those responsibilities are typically different from the responsibility of chairing a meeting, because you see in here, there's a provision that, in fact, if there's, you know, it might happen that the mayor and the deputy mayor are both not able to be present or not able to do something. It's still possible for someone to chair a meeting, right? But the role of deputy mayor is the deputy mayor takes the place of the mayor, not simply in chairing meetings, but in things that, you know, where there's a public appearance necessary or some kind of a thing, like participation in some public event or that kind of thing. And that's more what it is. So I thought that there was a little bit of confusion in how that was presented in there. And again, if you go back and look at the Municipal Act, you'll see that it's got clarity around those things already. So anyway, I'm not going to ramble on. I think there are some of the comments that I have relate to those sorts of things, and some of them are things that I agree with comments that have already been made about. And another thing that we will have to talk about, and I just noticed it because it's here on this last page I had open here, is curfew. We have there was some suggestion a minute ago that it doesn't matter how long the meeting goes. I'm going to disagree pretty strongly with that, but We do have a curfew, and we need to find ways to try to keep meetings within the allotted time, I think, so that people, I think that's necessary to be fair to the public. I think it's necessary to be fair to the people at this table, this and our staff. And I think it's necessary, we do a better job if we have too much to do for a meeting, then we need to get it, for one meeting, we need to put another one. And I would personally would like to have, I would like the mayor and the clerk to have the ability to try and preclude that as much as possible. But if we can't, if we discover that things are going to take a long time, then we should say, okay, fine, I mean, as long as people are not just sort of wasting time and filibustering, and I don't think we have a lot of that, but as long as that's not happening, then we should be able to, we let people talk us, talk things through, come to the right decisions and whatever. If we don't finish the agenda, then we identify things that can be left over. And I have to tell you, I'm used to something that isn't in here, by the way, and isn't in our current bylaw, is that normally speaking, a motion, in my years of board experience, a motion to approve the agenda includes the right to alter the order of business. And the reason for that is simply so that you can accommodate, guests who may be coming at particular times, or presentations that have, going to take a long time, put them after a break or do something like that, but also so that you can look at how your progress is. And if you don't have enough time left to finish without going over curfew, you say, let's look at the things we have to get done and put the rest of them over to another meeting. And we've had to do that a few times. So again, I think there needs to be some sort of common sense provision about that kind of thing. But other than that, those are just kind of some general comments, and I have lots of little ones, but they're not, they're mostly editorial in nature, and I don't think they're worthy of too much discussion. So, anyway, have we got something, Madam CAO? You got something?
Yeah, we've got lots of good comments. It's a good starting point. Well, council will see this back in the new year, not at the first meeting. We'll see how we are with the second meeting, and we'll just carry on from there.
Okay, so we did have a motion, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry, I've got it in front of me. That it said the following amendments are hereby recommended, and the clerk has the list of those. I guess we didn't agree to this motion, but can I just call the question? Are you satisfied that the clerk has the list? All right, you don't want to read it again, I'm sure.
Don't read it back.
No, all right. So could I just ask for a show of hands that you agree that we've dealt with this item for tonight? Thank you very much. Whoops, I don't know. The page that says, okay, I've got an extra page that says matters from the consent agenda. That's okay. Oh, okay. I have a request for a break, and it is, let's see, 8:27. 5 minutes enough? How about that? Go ahead. We'll recess for 5 minutes.
work well when I sit here.
Yeah, I know it's kind of. Yeah. Okay, thanks, everybody, for your forbearance, and we will resume. We're now at the bylaws section of our agenda, section 10. And we have three tonight. The first one is a bylaw to appoint an alternate or enter into an agreement with an alternate program coordinator for the after-school program at the Whitestone Lake Central School. So could I get a mover and seconder for the following, please? That bylaw 62-2022 being a bylaw to enter into an agreement with an alternate program coordinator for the municipality of Whitestone after-school program. He read a first and second time this 13th day of December 2022, and further read a third time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 13th day of December 2022, and numbered bylaw 62-2022. Would like to move that. Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Woods. Okay, is there any discussion about this? Okay, I think I will ask our clerk to call the roll, please, for a recorded vote, since it's a bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. The next one is the bylaw for the zoning bylaw amendment that we discussed earlier in the public meeting. So I need a mover and seconder for bylaw 63-2022, being a bylaw to amend the municipality of Whitestone zoning bylaw number 07-2018 as amended. And that is amended by the official plan amendment number 2, that be read a first and second time this 13th day of December 2022, and further read a third time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 13th day of December 2022, and numbered bylaw 63-2022. Who will move that? Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Any discussion on that one? Okay, once again, let's call the roll, please. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. And item 10.3, which is a bylaw to enter into an agreement between municipality of Whitestone and the West Perry Sound Health Center with respect to dispatch. So that, can I get a mover and seconder that bylaw 64-2022 being a bylaw to enter into an agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and the West Perry Sound Health Center, and to repeal bylaw 65-2019, he read a first and second time this 13th day of December 2022, and further read a third time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 13th day of December 2022, and numbered bylaw 64-2022. Who will move that? Are you moving? Councillor Wright? No.
I'll move.
Oh,
If I
okay,
can,
thanks.
if I can,
Oh, I think you can.
for the fire department.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. Okay, any discussion on this one? All right. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay. All right, that brings us to number 11, which is business matters. 11.1, council member signing authorities for accounts payable. So I'll read the motion. I'll ask for a mover and seconder. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby appoints the following members of council to have signing authority for accounts payable, including the cemetery board, effective December 13th, 2022. And further, that 2 signatures be required at all times for checks, one being an authorized member of council and the other one being
No.
an appointed staff member with signing authority. And we'll fill in the list in a minute, but can I get a mover and seconder first, and then we'll Councillor Lamb. Seconded by Councillor Nash. All right. What we have done well, I guess what we've done in the past is that I think all councillors have had signing, is
Yeah.
that correct? What do you wish to do this time?
Well, as the mover, it should be all of council. I would suggest. Put everyone's name down unless they don't want to sign checks.
Okay, is there anybody who,
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
go ahead.
Having all of members of council as signing authority is helpful, since we don't always know who's available when checks are needed to be signed. If someone is out of the municipality, then there are options. So that makes sense to us.
Okay. So so the list here is effectively all members of council then, is that what what you're mover and seconder?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I don't know, do we need a recorded vote for this one, Madam Chair, you think, or Madam? Clerk, I'm sorry. Do you want to?
It's entirely up to, if you call a recorded vote, I will take one.
All right, go ahead then, I guess, since it's finding authority, I guess we should.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes. All right, thank you. That's carried. All right, 11.2 is the subject of the appointment of a deputy mayor or deputy mayors. Whereas section 242 of the Municipal Act 2001 Statutes of Ontario, Chapter C-25, states that a municipality may, by bylaw or resolution, appoint a member of the council to act in the place of the head of council or other member of council designated to preside at meetings in the municipality's procedure bylaw when the head of council or designated member is absent or refuses to act or the office is vacant. And while so acting, such member has all the powers and duties of the head of council or designated member as the case may be with respect to the role of presiding at meetings. Therefore, be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the deputy mayor schedule and appoints the deputy mayor in the absence of Mayor George Comrie for the 2022-2026 term of council as follows. And then there are 4 years for like just 4 years, for 1 year periods, December 1st, 22 to November 15th, 2023. December 1st, 23 to November 15th, 2024, and so on for the 4 years, right? So there's an opportunity to have 4, which is what we did in the past. It isn't necessary to do that, but I guess if council wishes, you could have 1 deputy mayor for the whole time, but the whole term. So can I get a mover and seconder, and then we'll discuss how to populate the list. Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Nash. Okay, so council, what is your pleasure about populating this list? Councillor Woods, you're the mover. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I know the last term of council, you kind of watch somebody step into the role as deputy mayor and everybody seems to fumble a little bit that I recognized. I think it might be a good idea for us to just have 1 person. That way that person can get a little bit more comfortable with the role for, the odd time. Cause I don't think there was maybe 2 or 3 times last term of council where we had a deputy mayor. But at least then that person would be more than comfortable knowing that they would continue as the deputy mayor. I know if I sat in the middle seat, I'd fumble and stumble across a lot of it. So my vote would be that we just stick with 1 person for continuity purposes. And I think it would be advantageous when it comes to running the meeting and getting through the meetings a little bit quicker if the mayor's not available and we have someone that's used to doing the role kind of thing, right?
Okay, thank you for that comment. Are there, is there support for Councillor Wood's suggestion or opposition or what's?
I just have through you, Mr. Mayor, 1 question. And then a little comment. I know right now you have it shown as 1-year terms. Just wondering, has there ever been a time where it's a 2-year term? So there's 2 people instead of 4. I know Councillor Woods has mentioned 1. I was just wondering, and I know for me being new on council, the reason I'm saying that, I know I do not want to do it right now until I get a little bit more under my belt. So more of it's a question of how somebody might feel down the road versus right now. That was just a question. Do you know if that's ever been done in the past?
I guess we'd have to ask Councillor Lamb. I don't, not in my time, but
No, I'm trying to think back. I know at least the last 2, it's been like every year. But before that, it could well have been for a full term. I don't ever remember 2. But I suppose my comment would be, and I kind of agree with Councillor Woods. You can appoint a mayor or a deputy mayor for 4 years. If for some reason you want to revisit that at any point in time, I would think you can revisit that, right? For in other words, maybe you don't like the deputy mayor, the job they're doing, or whatever, right? You can replace them, so. But I guess that would be my comments. And I think we should go with 1 as my vote.
Councillor Bray, do you have a comment on that first and then?
No, I don't really have any comments. I know that this rotation has been going on for quite a while, so I don't know whether that's something that people are interested in, continuing, or if you want just one, then that would be a bit more of a challenge, I guess, for one person.
All right, well, I guess, I mean, it is possible, I guess, for council to appoint one person until such a time as they wish to change it. That's another option I think you could do. Or if someone else wanted to take the job. So, but I guess if we want to do that, then the question would be who do we wish to nominate to do this? Starting now.
I would say the question is who actually wants to do it?
All right. I'll ask that question.
Just being honest.
Well, I've been on this council for 15 years, so I've watched. I don't think I've ever chaired a meeting during that 15 years, I guess is my comment, but certainly I'd be willing to become the deputy mayor if the rest of council, or the majority of council, I guess, agrees. Thank you.
Okay, so is that is there anybody else wants to contest it?
That's a no for me right now because I think I don't know enough. So,
Council Bray, go ahead.
I probably would be interested, but maybe not right at the first. Not starting today, but I certainly think that I have the capability to do it, but perhaps maybe not right off the bat. So that's why I was sort of interested in the rotation, because it gives everybody a chance to have a hand in it and try it and see how it works and see how if they feel comfortable. I think there should be the option if someone really doesn't want to, that they don't have to. But I think that in a lot of ways, it gives people a different perspective of what, if they do chair a meeting, what chairing a meeting is all about and what it's like. And I think it also, as a deputy mayor, it would give them the opportunity to show their leadership when it's needed. And I think that's also a good learning process for all of us to work on our leadership. And that's what we're supposed to be here for. So I actually like the idea of the rotation, but anyways, I'll go with whatever the majority agrees to.
All right, well, I could, I mean, I guess we could do a couple of things. One is we could put Councillor Lamb down for the first year and Councillor Bray down for the second year, or we could put Councillor Lamb down for 2 years and Councillor Bray down for 2 years, or we could simply say appoint one person and for 1 or 2 years and revisit it at that time, whatever you think.
through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking similar to what you've said, and Councillor Bray, if you'd like to do it after you have some more experience, as you've said, maybe. Maybe if it, I don't know how it could be worded, but something's looked at just after 2 years to see if there's any changes is wanted. If somebody else wants to volunteer. I don't know what others would think of that. Kind of like a similar rotation is kind of back to what I was saying at the start, like a 2-year. Instead of a single year or a 4-year. I don't know what others' thoughts are of that.
So how do folks feel about that too? We do? We do it in 2-year slices or? What would you like? What's your feeling, Counselor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it'd be a good idea. I mean, if people want to leave the option open, that's fine, but if Councillor Lamb's interested in it, I would say make Councillor Lamb the deputy mayor. If we want to revisit it in 2 years' time, see how everyone feels, maybe Scott jumps up and down and he wants to be, sorry, Councillor Nash wants to be the deputy mayor, then we can revisit it. But again, anybody could be designated to chair a meeting. It doesn't necessarily have to be the deputy mayor. If someone just wanted to chair a meeting, no, that could be appointed by you or the clerk.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, so we're. Too many options here, but I'm trying to narrow it down slowly. I'm happy to take one appointee and just have it until further notice if that's the wish
Well,
of council, but.
maybe that's what you do. So, just my name's up for 4 years, or I've said I would. I don't mind doing it. I suggest you vote on it. And if it's affirmative, I mean, at any time the majority of council can go back and say, I'd like to do this now, right? But you may not. And then we don't have to revisit it, right? And I think it's another good point that there's lots of time. We've said in here, both the mayor and I have other residences other than here, right? And so there could be a time that both of us aren't actually in the room here, and someone of the other three on council would have to chair that meeting. So there'd be, I suspect, the opportunity to do that. The world has changed a bit with Zoom because as you're looking at the procedural bylaw, not to debate it, but it would be difficult for someone to be somewhere else and chair a meeting when there's a bunch of people in the room, I think. So anyway, I think personally, I think you should call the question, and if I'm defeated, and I guess someone else can do it. So that's what I would suggest you do.
So.
Because we've got a lot of appointments.
Yeah,
to
we do. We have a lot
If-
more to
if-
do,
If
but
we take as long at every single
No.
appointment, we're gonna be here on Saturday.
okay, all right, well. So what I have right now is December 1st, 2022 until further notice. Counselor Joe Lance. Is that? All right, all those in favor, please indicate. Okay, I'm seeing all the hands up. Okay, so until further notice. I gotta write that in. Just 1 second here. Okay, so ordered.
You can fire me at any time you want. That's your pleasure.
All right, so that was 11.2. 11.3 is, and now we're getting into appointments to various boards and committees. These are our local boards, and the first one on the list is the cemetery board. So what I'm going to do with these, just in the interest of, we're going to find a person, right? And then we'll have a motion to appoint that person. So who, go ahead.
Oh, I don't want to volunteer yet. I just had a simple question.
Yeah.
I'll put this closer. When we're going through the boards, if there's a board that we think can be amalgamated with something, or a board that may not need to be around, do we bring that up at that time? Or do we bring it up as we're going? I'm just wondering if there's some discussion about a board, or if it can be combined. Would we want to do that now or as we get to the board?
Okay, well, actually, thank you for reminding me, because I was going to make an introductory comment just about this. Some of these boards, and I'll tell you as we go down the list and when we get to the external ones. Some of them are are governed by other legislation. Okay, so the cemetery board's a good example. There is the Cemeteries Act, which says you have to have a cemetery board, and we have to appoint somebody to it as it happens. You stop me, Madam Clerk, if I'm saying anything that you think is. I don't think it can be just a member of the public. It has to be, chair could be a member of the public, but we have to have an appointee, I believe, correct? Is that not true? Same for the library
yeah, I have to
board.
admit, I don't know the board well enough. I know the library board. You can have members of council, but you can't have more members of council than you do members of the public on the library board. I don't know the Cemetery Board Act well, but it's desirable to have a member of council on the cemetery board to help with guidance.
Yeah. So, but the other thing, not to, I mean, I think it is okay for us to question whether a committee needs to exist or not. That might lead us to a discussion at another meeting, okay, so that because we may, we may run out of time. Or we may need to think about it. There's also, I suggest to you respectfully, there's the possibility that we will want to create some additional committees as we get further into the year. And so I think members of council have to be concerned about, how they can balance their time. There's not very many of us for the number of committees that we have, even as it stands right now. So, but anyway, I think if this is to answer your question, Councillor Nash, if you want to bring that question up as we go along, and maybe we'll either defer that one or think about. And I will be suggesting when we get to the external appointments that there are some of them that should logically be grouped together and can do so without without over encumbering the person who takes the assignment. But that's a separate discussion. Those ones, they're a little different. So cemetery board, is there someone who, I think we should appoint someone. Is there someone who wishes to do it or is willing to do it, let's say? Councillor Woods?
I'll do it.
Is there anybody else who wants to contest this appointment with Councillor Woods? So, all right, I'm going to write his name in here. And then I'm going to ask if there is a mover and seconder that he be appointed to the board. Well, Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor, please indicate. Thank you. We have our first appointment. The next appointment is the library board, again, as the board under another act. We have to appoint someone.
I'd like to be on the library board.
Councillor Lamb wants to be on the library board. Is there anybody else who wants to be on the library board? All right. Who would like to move that? That's Councillor Woods moving, seconded by Councillor Nash. All those in favor? Thank you. Agricultural Advisory Committee. This is a new committee which was established last year, and it worked on the animal bylaw, which is still a work in progress. Am I correct? CAO?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Councillor Lamb, you were going to come?
Yeah, we have a draft of that, and I'm really not sure that this committee is in its form needs to carry on. I think they've pretty much done their work. I think during the election, we were asked what will we do with the agricultural and rural community. So there may be some other iteration of this committee, there may be another committee that we set up with the different terms of reference, but I'm not sure that this committee or necessarily the chair of it, and quite frankly, there were some discussions that took place kind of with, let's say with the chair, with people that sort of indicated their time had come to an end. So I don't know how many on that committee are even interested or think their job is done anyway. So I mean, I don't know. I think we can disband it and form another rural agricultural type committee with a different terms of reference, I guess.
Well, would you like to just defer it and we can bring it back in another for
Sure,
further
sure.
discussion? Would that be okay?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, if I,
Because I do feel that it's a sector and a big sector
Yeah.
of our community that sometimes we don't
Yeah.
pay proper attention to. So anyway, thank you. Yeah, that's a good
okay,
idea.
is it agreeable? Can I get a show of hands? Are you agreeable to just defer this and we'll get a little more information and see where they're at and all right, thank you. That's all right, the next one is the Committee of Adjustment. So Committee of Adjustment, everybody knows what that does, right?
Yeah.
Or are you expressing interest, Councillor Woods?
Yes.
Anybody wants to contest this, this appointment with?
No.
No? All right. Councillor Woods.
This is sorry.
Go ahead.
This is through you, Mr. Mayor. It's an important committee. I was on it for many years and I never realized till there weren't that many. You're not going to be overburdened with work, Councillor Woods, but the decision of the Committee of Adjustment is pretty much unappealable. Like,
Yep.
it can't come to council. It's a pretty important, it's the court of last resort, I guess. Maybe they can go to the Supreme Court, I don't know, but anyway, it's very interesting committees.
Okay, well, could I get a mover and seconder then to appoint Councillor Woods to the Committee of Adjustment? Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Nash. I saw first, I think. So,
Okay.
all right. Okay, the Environmental Stewardship Committee is next.
Go through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to volunteer for that again. I was on it
You
as
were
a
on it
member
before.
of public under the last term since it started. So I'd like to be on it again if council would like to have me on it.
Okay, now this, well, we did have two representatives, and I'm not sure that that's necessary, by the way, but we did have two representatives on the committee last year, so I've got two spaces. But is there anybody else who would also like to be appointed or who would like to be? Yeah, I guess I'll also like to, because there's two spaces here.
I would also like to be on that committee as well. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so I have then Councillor Bray and Councillor Nash. Is that okay? Can I get a mover and seconder then from the rest of you? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Woods. That Councillor Spray and Nash be our council representatives on environmental stewardship. Everybody's in favor? Yep. Okay. Recreation Committee.
Mr. Mayor, through you, could I ask you a question to this one?
Yes, you can.
It was simply, this was one of the ones that I was coming to when I was thinking about amalgamating them. So I'll bring it up. The recreational committee, could it like have a subcommittee of the walking trail? I look at the two and say the walking trails to me is very similar to recreation committee, and I don't know which one would go with which, but could the walking trail committee which I don't think had many members before, be a subpart possibly to the recreational committee if people want to talk about, or if you want to defer the walking trails when it comes up. I just wanted to bring it up now in case it made any difference. Thank you.
Okay, was, yeah, walking trail was on the list. Sorry, I just,
Yeah.
okay, well, let me, to just tell you a little bit of you know, of history here. And I'm not sure why this is a committee of council, but what it really was, is it was two volunteers who agreed to look after our two walking trails. And they were Councillor McEwen and Councillor Gorham Matthews. And they looked after the Nesbit Trail and the one here on Whitestone, down the Whitestone Lake Road. And I mean, I guess because they were volunteers and we appointed them so that they would be covered by our insurance and all that kind of thing, but I'm not sure that's really a committee of council. It needs to be a committee of council. What it would say is that, and by the way, I think if those two individuals were still willing to do what they do, maybe with some help from others as they've had in the past, that maybe they might even be willing to continue that responsibility, but it's could it come under recreation? I suppose it could. The problem that recreation has, if we don't run out of time, I'm going to tell you a couple when we get to councillor items. I will tell you a few things about recreation, but when the problem is that the recreation committee is short of volunteers. So it's if I were to go to the current committee and say to them, hey, guess what, you know, you're responsible for walking trails, they'd say, well, that's fine as long as you find somebody else to look after. but I don't disagree, to be honest with you, with the suggestion. However, so maybe we can defer the matter of walking trails and see about putting it under. But for this one, I'll be candid with you. I think this is an important committee, and I think that they do some good work. The last time we had this discussion, I kind of drew the short straw, to be honest with you.
You may again this time.
I'm telling the truth, right? Yeah, and you know, I was hoping that someone else, you know, it does a lot of programming for young people. It does a lot of program for young families and that sort of thing. Does things for seniors too. Don't get me wrong, but I was hoping that there would be somebody else who would want to do this from the group. So I'm going to ask, are there any takers at this point? There should be a council representative on it because it needs liaison to it works. Well, I'll save my comments till later, but it works quite a bit with staff. It works quite a bit with it's a working committee, by the way. It's not they don't just meet and organize things. There are people who are on the committee actually do stuff. They're out there. Yeah. With that? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. They're busy. They're a busy group and they're out there organizing like Breakfast for Santa, and they're here decorating at whatever hours and cleanup and everything. It is a busy committee.
So I am going to ask, are there any volunteers? Or?
How about you, Mr. Mayor? It's the long
I just got
straw.
a look from the clerk who was, because we had a conversation about me getting out from underneath that, but well, look, I guess we have to move on. I don't know.
How about, could I nominate
The
you?
committee will be happy, but not, because we do pretty much get along, but.
And we can
Which
keep
is
it going.
amazing considering my daughter is also on it, you know. Anyway, all right.
Can-
Who's gonna
seriously,
move? Are
seriously,
you
do we-
moving?
Do we nominate you?
Well, you got, somebody's got to make a motion here.
I'll make a motion that we nominate the mayor.
All right.
Who's
Counselor.
doing a fine job. And by the way, that committee does, as Council Bray, it's a lot of work and they do a lot of fine things, right? It's and just, you know, in terms of, well, I won't even talk about I don't, the walking trail, yeah, might be the tipping point of not having a recreation committee. So anyway.
Well, we'll see who we can find to help with that. I think there are some people that could be recruited. I mean, they just have to be volunteers, right? You know, they're willing. And we have some folks who do use that. The trail, I get reports from them on fairly regular basis of people who are actually out there saying, oh, this has happened to the trail, and some guy took his camper in there and put it up, you know
It
the
may,
story. So,
that may just be maybe a publication in a newsletter or somewhere to say,
we can-
we just want some volunteers to go out, right? And maybe someone from the roads group could, you know, be out there with a chainsaw or something if they needed to take a tree down or do something, right? But I think there's something rather than an ongoing committee. So anyway,
okay, so who's gonna second this motion?
that's for you to be on.
Oh. Yeah. All right, Counselor Bray. I keep hesitating because this list is different. I've got so used to the list that had the names in a certain place. I didn't have to look at it. Now I have to look carefully to see because it's changed a little bit, but that's all right. Okay, thank you. I'm taking it you're all in favor. Okay, the next one is the Thrift Shop Committee. Who wants Thrift Shop Committee? Hey,
Do it. Whoever.
Counselor Lamb, did you want to
I'll take it.
continue?
There's always kind of been two on there and I really don't
No.
think it's necessary to have two.
No, I don't think there, oh, I see. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
second
but
space.
you and
There's
I-
no reason. Yeah,
Excuse
we
me, you
were,
and
but
I are on it.
there's no reason for the two of us to be there.
Well, there's no reason for two. It's
No,
basically 2 meetings a year, right?
that's right.
You know, so I can do that.
All right. All right, so who's going to move that Counselor Lamb be on the Thrift Shop Committee? All right, I've got Counselor Woods and Counselor Bray. All in favor? Looks like we're good to go. And Walking Trail Committee, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna mark it down as deferred, if that's okay with you, and we'll see if we can find somebody to do it under recreation. It seems sort of logical, I guess. So that's all we need for that. Okay, that brings us to external boards.
Mr. Mayor, sorry if I
Yeah.
may. I noticed there's a note here. It said also of note, a request was received to have a Maple Islands Commons Committee. I'm guessing that it might be the park, I'll call it the park out in Maple Island.
Yes, I can speak to that.
Yes, good. Would you mind, please? Because I
Yeah.
didn't see the request
Yeah,
actually.
we received an email a few months ago from some folks. And I called her and asked her to call me back, and then we emailed and nothing came of it. And so, I mean, it's worth some exploration because it sounded like it was a family that wanted to make use of the Maple Island Commons and maybe have it spruced up a bit. So I'll try and get back to this person, get a little bit more information, but it may be more of a public works related matter, and maybe they want some input on maintenance or something. So leave that with me. I did try to work with this person and we just didn't connect.
No, thank you. And the reason I was wondering when I thought it might have been the park area.
Yeah.
And I know it might be not for tonight discussion, but maybe for another one at a different meeting. But I know with this new Bill 23, I know that I think it's 60% of our parkland dedication fee has to be spent every year. So it might be worth having some type of a committee on where some monies are spent that's collected from that in our park system and get some public input on it. It was more when I saw this Maple Island, I'm like, oh, maybe that's park. So it was more just a comment and a question than anything. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I guess, you know, so we can see what comes of that. I mean, you don't have to deal with it tonight. That takes us to 11.4, which is the external boards and committees. And I'm just looking here at. So the first one is, and again, I'll just give you a little background on these. You did see our CAO's memo, which covered off a lot of background information on some of these. District Social Services Administration Board is the first one. It is a real board. And when I say a real board, as opposed to an advisory board, it's a real board. And the person in our midst who knows the most about it is Councillor Bray, who worked as a senior staff person. In fact, when she retired, you were running the place pretty much, I think, weren't you? So she has a lot of experience with that. And she has expressed an interest in being appointed to the board. Now, the way this works is that it's a Parry Sound wide board. So various municipalities are grouped together in zones. We're in area 3, zone 3. And so we're together with Carling, McDougall, McKellar. Oh, sorry, the 4 of us, Carling, McDougall, McKellar, and Whitestone. And so there are 2 appointees. Now, just to tell you what has happened with this one, the municipality of McDougall has a councillor who has been on the board for several years. It's Joel Constable. He's been on that board, and he's expressed an interest to his council in being it would be nominated in this case. Okay, and just so you understand what happens if now there are 2 seats, right, for area 3, correct? Yes, 2 seats. I should be looking at you because you know anyway. The township of McKellar has also got somebody who's interested in doing it, and so does Carling. But I still think that we should put forward a name. We have not had anyone on the board for quite a while. McDougall's had somebody on for quite a while. McKellar did at one time, but not recently. I don't know. Anyway, you can.
McDougall's had someone on for quite a number of years, and so is Carling.
Yeah.
And we had someone a while ago, that was Bill Church. He was on for a number of years, and I think the Mayor Moore from when he was on council, he was also on
When he was Mayor McKellar. Yeah.
McKellar, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so anyway, the way this gets resolved, by the way, is that if there, as it appears, there are more than 2 people looking for 2 spots, is that the mayors of those municipalities get together and there's some conversation. I suspect that if somebody has been on for a while, like Councillor Constable, that because he's interested in a couple of different appointments, that he might take another one and drop his name out. But I did have a conversation with the Mayor McDougall, because he called to let me know that this, what they were talking about. So, but eventually this will have to get resolved some way. But from our point, I think we could say we would like to appoint someone. So
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion that Councillor Bray, because I don't think there's anyone who's more ably suited to this position. So, and hopefully you can do your magic with the other mayors to convince them of that. So,
all right, well, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Woods. All right, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. That it's turning quiet. Okay, the next one is a somewhat similar situation. It is the Board of Management of Belvedere Heights and Bellevue by the Bay, which is the life lease building that's attached to it. I have been sitting on that board. So what happened was that the representative, and again, the municipalities, this is a little different, just for a different twist. The three municipalities that are lumped together with a representative are Whitestone, McKellar, and McMurrick Monteith, which is over on the east side. That's by Sprucedale, right? If you know the area. So, and so the representative who was on the board representing us previously was Councillor Don Carmichael of McKellar, and Councillor Carmichael resigned from Whitestone Council, from McKellar Council, and that caused a vacancy. And so we powwowed with the then Reeve of McMurrick Monteith, and they were not interested in appointing someone. So I volunteered to take the place, and since that time, Councillor Carmichael, by the way, has he's not a councillor anymore. He was not elected to Whitestone he was not elected to McKellar Council, but he was appointed by the Lieutenant Governor and Council, what we call an LGA, the Lieutenant Governor appointee to the board. So he's on the board still. Now, McKellar Township had a meeting, and they chose to nominate Councillor Debbie Zulak, who was on the board when she was previously on McKellar Council. But anyway, the board, other members of the board spoke to me and said, would you be willing to allow your name to stand? And normally my answer would be no, but the reason is, the reason I'm willing to continue to do it is that there is a, we were expecting an imminent announcement of acceptance of our request to the Ministry of Long-Term Care to take back their license and to negotiate some plans for additional long-term beds in Parry Sound. And there's been quite a bit of planning has been done to that. And so the board had actually sent a letter, which you've all seen, suggesting that it would be nice if the current board continued until that happened, and until that all gets sorted out, because we're kind of going into a critical phase for Belvedere. So that's if someone is willing to nominate me, I'm willing to have my name. I'm willing to continue, or at least have my name going to continue with that. McMurrick Monteith is not going to nominate anybody. They've told us that, but as I mentioned before, Councillor Zulak in McKellar has her name in the ring as well. So it'll essentially boil down to the three municipalities to sort that one out if I am your nominee. So that's where we are. Are you, so Counselor Bray. Is there a seconder? A seconder? No? Nobody? Sorry, did. What, you don't want to do it?
No, I don't want to do.
All right. Any explanation or what?
Well, I don't want to cause any, confrontation and whatever. You asked me whether I'd second it. I'm not going to second it. I'm bothered by some things and specifically as they. If you want me to tell you, I don't think that you should have sent an email out this week to all of your council. Soliciting their support for this position. Particularly after the training that we went through over the last 2 weeks. I think it was wrong and I still think it's wrong. But you asked me the reasons, so I'm going to give them to you. Secondly, there was the subject that was brought up 2 months ago about the life leases and the treatment of people in the life lease area. I've since talked to some people. I think that they're not, as I understand it, being treated correctly and equitably and fairly. And I don't think that you at that meeting had an empathy for that situation. It was sort of like no one's losing anything, and just so I didn't like that answer. I know Councillor Gora Matthews didn't like it at the time because her mother's in the home. And so those are the reasons that I am not going to second it. And so you asked me, and I've told you, as I always do. I didn't want to say those things until you asked me. So thank you.
Well, I sent the message to you for information because there was a letter which you haven't. From the board.
You didn't send it for information.
No, I did. I sent it for
You
information.
asked
so
for
you
our,
would know.
you asked for our support.
No. Okay, that's fine. I guess. We'll let the matter go then. We will not make an appointment. By the way, I stand by what I said when the question arose.
That's fine.
It's a fact. Okay, next one is District of Parry Sound Municipal Association. This is actually the executive of the District of Parry Sound Municipal Association. Every municipality has is not represented on the board, on the executive, but again, there's some, when they get back to holding regular face-to-face meetings, any counselor can attend those meetings. It's Parry Sound district wide.
I have more of a question than anything. I forget
Yeah.
what this, I tried to read all these and I think it was like 150 pages, but
Yeah.
for the District of Parry Sound Municipal Association, what exactly are some of the initiatives that are done there? If I don't know if any counselor, Mr. Mayor, anybody knows and can maybe explain it to me a little bit.
Do you want to answer his question?
Yeah,
Councilor Bray.
yes, I used to attend them as a DSAB staff person. I presented there several times. They talk a lot about district things. So usually the chair of the CEO of the health unit is there to present. There's different people presenting. Sometimes the OPP were there. They usually somebody from some ministries attend and present. I know we at DSAB, we presented several years in a row. That's the kind of meeting it is. It's usually held in different municipalities. And it's spring and fall, and it's very well attended, and a lot of really good information at those meetings, and a lot of good networking and finding out, different people throughout the district.
Thank you.
That answer your question?
Yep, very much so.
Okay. Do we wish to nominate anybody then? There are other people nominated, I believe. So there's no. All right, no nominee from Whitestone. Next one is the North Bay Perry Sound District Health Unit. This is a representative for West Perry Sound wide. The former representative until about halfway through the pandemic, I guess, was a chap by the name of Don Brisbane from McDougall. He resigned and was replaced by Mayor Jamie McGarvey of Perry Sound. So, and Jamie has his name in the running for our representative. And my suggestion would be that we support his nomination because several other municipalities have already done so. So is someone willing to move that?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods moves, seconded by, was that you, Councillor Lamb? That's Perry Sound, Mayor McGarvey. Okay, all those in favor? All right, that's carried. The next one is Perry Sound EMS Advisory Committee. That is an advisory committee. EMS is run by the town of Perry Sound. So they pretty much call the shots. Anyway, there is, I guess the first question I'll ask you is anybody here wish to be nominated for that committee? No. Sorry, you have the list of the people who were on EMS. Let me see.
Yes,
Well, that was another one that Joel Constable was interested in, right?
that's correct. McKellar has nominated Nick Ryland to councillor. McDougall has nominated Councillor Joel Constable, and Curling Township is, I would like to appoint Councillor Pam Wing. So there's already 3 in the running for that one position on the advisory committee.
Okay, so if there are 3 people, then we will get to I will get to weigh in on this because it'll have to be narrowed down. Do you? I guess my inclination would be just to support Joel Constable, but I don't know if you have any opinions about that. Does anyone object to that? Sorry? Put support, yeah, I was trying to do that, all right. It just helps, makes it easier for me, get some. All right. All those in favor then of us supporting. Oh, I'm sorry, we do need a mover and seconder, that's absolutely right, Counselor Woods is gonna move and Counselor Bray is gonna second, all right, there we go. Okay, thank you. Now we come to the Prairie Sound Area Planning Board, which we are one of the last 4 municipalities standing, and we have 2 seats on it.
I'd like to be on the planning board, Mr. Mayor.
Did you say again?
No,
No.
no, I didn't see.
No, I thought you said,
No.
And I'd
Who-
like to go on it too if nobody else wants to go on it.
Well, I guess, yeah, if you. So, Counselor. So, would someone else, would someone like to move? Would Councillor Slam and Nash be the representatives? Okay, Councillor Woods, Councillor Bray. All those in favor? So I'm going to make the same comment that I made when this subject came up. I don't know when it was maybe the last time. I'm absolutely convinced that the planning board has outlived its usefulness. And there is a move amongst the other participants in the board, the 4 other 3 municipalities. At least there was, I guess. I mean, there's, I can say for sure a couple of them, but that they would be asking, asking municipal affairs to disband it and allow them to do their own planning. And so, if I thought that that was not the case, I would have put my name into the running for this seat as well, because I think planning is extremely important. Unfortunately, I don't see how. We obviously we have to, as long as the board exists, we have to have representatives on it. But at some point, I will be bringing a notice of motion that we apply to the council, that we apply to the municipal affairs for us to get out of it at least. Carling has already done that, and I think it's kind of on its last leg. So I say that to those of you not to deter you, but I think one of the big problems, of course, is that a lot of our planning work comes to us over the transom. From a lot of the problems we've experienced with planning the last couple of years are as a result of the fact that consensus subdivisions come to us across the transom from the planning board. So that's really a problematic thing for us having having much say in Whitestone itself as far as planning is concerned. So, because we're just an advisor.
I was gonna say, I'm glad I volunteered to try to keep it around then.
Well. You'll, I'm sure, form your own opinion as time progresses, but anyway. So we have a mover and seconder. We had everybody agreed to this. We're done that. Let's see what we've got left. We have a couple. Okay, 911 Management Committee. Anybody interested in that? Don't we have to have a representative, do we? think
It
we do.
says one.
We're invited to have a representative on the committee. I believe Councillor Lamb has been on that committee.
Well, you know,
You were on the committee,
Yeah.
the last representative. You meet maybe twice a year. Is that what happens? Very
yeah,
infrequent.
through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's twice a year. I don't feel that there's not much to do. We don't run it. They tell us, they come in, most of the decisions are made. There are a bunch of people who are very valuable to the, they're EMS people and I didn't feel it was really that I could contribute anything, quite frankly. If there's anyone, it's twice a year. If there's anyone that can contribute, it's Councillor Bray. That would be far better than I ever would be on that committee.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I noticed that another municipality appointed their fire chief to that committee.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think. it
Because
was,
a lot of the
McDougall.
other fire chiefs and stuff are there, right? So,
Maybe it's not here.
yeah, so, and since he isn't here, he can't reject it.
Does that make sense? I mean, I must have been, I don't have much,
It's,
I have no experience with it myself, so. I can put Fire Chief Bob Whitman and just strike out the word council, so he's not,
Sure.
if you want to do that.
Yeah.
Do you think that's, Councillor Bray, do you think that's okay or not? Or should we talk to him first? Defer it and talk to him.
I would defer and talk.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right. Guess what? Deferred. All right. All right. All right. No, we have. We have a couple that I think might go together. And you could speak to this probably, Madam CAO, if you want, but just taking them out of order a little bit, but we have the Chamber of Commerce and that we're entitled to have a representative on, and the West Parry Sound Economic Development Collaborative. And once again, I'm not sure that these have to be councillors, do they? Or do they?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know much about the Chamber of Commerce. I do know that Councillor Laura Matthews was very interested and she represented the municipality last term. The Economic Development Collaborative, you actually rented the municipality the last time around, but and I believe it was other mayors. Am I correct in that? That's the ECDEV committee.
Come to think of it, yeah, and other than, I mean, I certainly haven't had any notice of meetings lately, but we have had some presentations from them, as you know. Right.
I think they're just waiting to get the appointments made, and there's some work to be done on economic development in the new year.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I think it's something that's important. It's not, and I'll have to say, it hasn't been time consuming. There have been occasionally we get little bits of information and usually we get a presentation from them, but that's about the extent of it. I mean, I can continue if that's your wish. I mean, if it's supposed to be, is it supposed to be the mayor? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's not necessarily the mayor. I know that Carly has appointed Councillor Pam Wing. She had an interest in economic development.
yeah.
So certainly a member of council needs to be on that committee, but not necessarily the mayor.
So is there somebody else that,
I'll make a motion that the mayor be appointed to the West Perry Sound Economic Development Collaborative. If you were suggesting that the Chamber of Commerce go together, I sat for 4 years on the Chamber of Commerce. It's very sound oriented. You know, in fact, I suggested that this is 14 years ago, that maybe they might think of having one of their monthly meetings in Whitestone. And they all looked like they looked at me like I was from outer space, so that didn't work out so well. So, and if you check, there's not one business from Whitestone that's in the Chamber of Commerce. There was one, and there's not one. No one belongs. And I think in some ways that's a shame, but I think it's so geared towards Perry Sound, but I think we should have a voice, and it's not gonna be me. I did 4 years of that, so I think there should be a voice there, but for the most part, it's got nothing to do with us. You want to hear about beaches and sounds of music or whatever, everything that's going on in Perry Sound, that's what it's all about. But anyway, I'll make the motion of.
is there anybody else that is interested in doing this? I mean, I'm not really looking for. All right, so someone wishes to move that I represent us on the collaborative.
You want the Chamber of Commerce too?
I don't know, do you think we can find somebody else? If we don't have any companies that are part of it, we're gonna have trouble finding people.
Yeah, I mean. It's somehow in my mind from an economic development standpoint, seems really disconnected.
No, I think
If
you're.
we don't have a representative on the Chamber of Commerce, even though, you know, maybe you can change them to make it have to do more with us out here, you know, I don't know. I'll make the motion, you be on the Chamber of Commerce.
Is there a second? Okay, sorry, we were talking about the collaborative first, or are you talking about both of them?
I'm talking about both,
All right, so.
if you're willing, obviously.
All right, so. Chamber of Commerce, so Councillor Lamb, who's gonna second these? Councillor Wood. All right. All those in favor? All right, we have two more that I believe should go together. And we're almost, well, not quite, we're getting to the end of the list here. And close to it, what time we're coming up on curfew. The main one is the Community Policing Advisory Committee. And the community, or CPAC as we call it, the Community Policing Advisory Committee has a representative for every, on it, for every jurisdiction that is serviced by the West Prairie Sound OPP. So that's the 7 West Prairie Sound municipalities and the Henvey First Nation. So there's actually 8. And this group is an advisory committee which meets a couple times a year. Councilor McEwen has been in the past was our rep on it. It is in the process of being morphed into a detachment board. So, and we'll come back to the detachment board in a few minutes, but so this is, the role is changing. But when that happens, which I think the original plan was that it would happen late this year. I don't know if that's really going to happen or not. It might be 2024, but when these boards get established, presumably our rep would simply, and probably in most municipalities, the reps who are on the CPAC at that point in time would simply migrate and become the reps at the detachment board. So that's what I think is going to happen. The other one that I think is tied, ought to be tied to it, it doesn't have to be, and it hasn't historically, is the Provincial Offenses Act Advisory Committee, or POA Partners as we call it. And I have been that committee, by the way, the CPAC meets, I think, once a month, most months. So and it's in Parry Sound usually. The POA Partners meets twice a year, once in May and once in November, for an hour and a half each time. And basically what it deals with is it gets a report from the Parry Sound Court Office of the fine revenues that have been collected by the provincial court, a portion of which gets paid back to us, to each municipality, according to a formula. And the portion that gets paid back has been shrinking because the OPP's level of Highway Traffic Act enforcement in the 400 corridor in Parry Sound has been going down since the start of the pandemic, and it's still quite low. And there's a bunch of other issues, but the things kind of go together in a sense, because one side is looking at the one that's twice a year is looking just looking at the money side, and you don't, it's an information receiving kind of a thing. We get a report from the court office in Parry Sound about what they're doing and how much money we're going to get when they do quarterly payments to the municipality, and that then comes into general revenue for Whitestone. But if we're not talking a lot of money, we're talking $10,000-$20,000, more 10 these days, right? It's not very no, it's not a lot of money. But CPAC, right now it's advisory, and they simply talk to the Parry Sound detachment commander and the other officers that are involved about issues that different municipalities have.
Mr. Mayor,
Eventually, this board, when it becomes a real board, it will do the performance review of the detachment commander, according to the law, right? So this is one, the CPAC at least was one that Councillor Bray had expressed an interest in, correct? So if there's nobody else who wants to fight with her for that, then maybe we could have a motion to appoint her. And if you accept my argument, perhaps she could be appointed to both of these, and then that'd be okay? Or no? For an hour and a half. And the meeting, well, the meetings are usually Zoom, or they're here because we're in the center of the district, right? So they're either here in this room when they're physical, or they're.
I'll make the motion. We're
Sorry.
not gonna get through our agenda. We gotta
Well, we gotta do we're at 10
I'll
o'clock.
make the motion to,
Councillor Lamb moves,
I'll second.
and you seconded?
Yeah, I
Councillor
seconded.
Nash, all right. Councillor Ray. Policing Advisory Committee. Sorry, I gotta do the paperwork here, so Councillor Lane. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate. All right. I did. So there is one more, which is ice in this list. Oh, well, I guess we better do. Where's my? Okay, a motion to extend for another half hour. Extend curfew. Councillor Woods, seconded by. Nobody wants to extend. Oh, okay. All right. All those in favor? Okay, the last one that we have under these external committees is the ICE-CAP one, which is Integrated Community Energy and Climate Action Plans. And we need a representative and an alternate for as council representatives for this activity. Who would like to do that? You know what it is? No. No, it's a large energy study for Westbury Sound to look at how we use energy and how much carbon we generate and those kinds of things. And the legwork is done, well, some of the legwork is done by by municipal staff, but the guidance for the program is being done by representatives of the biosphere. Professional staff on the biosphere. It's a good program, and one of these days we are going to we will have legislation requiring us to do it. So I mean, we're trying to get ahead of the curve here, but so nobody wants to do this. No volunteers, no takers. Well, okay, we'll just defer it and leave the paper open. I need to find some, I don't know, does it have to be a councilor, Madam PAO, do you know?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there's an expectation that members of council participate. There's a number of workshops and then staff.
No.
Myself and the public works manager have participated in the work plan, but you'll see other municipalities have members of council appointed to this committee.
Okay. Thank you. So the next item that we have is a resolution related to the OPP Detachment Board that I just referred to a minute ago. And when this proposal came out, we never subscribed to it, and I guess I thought that more work was going to be done on the proposals and so on before it came to us, but the Solicitor General has asked us to say, are we on board with this or not? And I suppose, we could say we don't want to be on board, but we're still getting policed by the OPP and we're still paying the bills. Just a question of whether or not we have a seat at the table when they're discussing what they, how they manage policing in Westbury Sound. So There's a motion and I'm going to read it for the benefit of those on the phone, or on Zoom. Whereas Ontario passed the Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act. Just the typo there. 2019, Bill 68, and established the Community Safety and Policing Act of 2019, which once in force will repeal the Police Services Act 1990. And whereas section 67 of the Comprehensive Community Safety and Policing Act, required that there be an Ontario Provincial Police Detachment Board for each detachment of the OPP that provides policing in a municipality or First Nation community. And whereas the Ministry of the Solicitor General has developed a framework which allows affected municipalities and First Nations the flexibility to establish an OPP detachment board that reflects community and local needs. And whereas the ministry has asked that municipalities and First Nations within an OPP detachment area work together to determine the composition of the OPP detachment board and the manner in which they will submit their proposal to the ministry. And whereas members of the existing West Parry Sound District Community Policing Advisory Committee have indicated interest in establishing an OPP detachment board, which will represent the West Parry Sound municipalities and First Nations. Now therefore be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby supports the OPP Detachment Board proposal that was submitted to the province of Ontario by the municipality of McDougall's CPAC representative, which represents all 7 of the West Parry Sound area municipalities and Henvey Inlet First Nation, substantially in the form attached. Would somebody like to move that mouthful? Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Nash. Any discussion?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
I know the motion you read was very long. It seems to be more, unless I'm missing something in my agenda. Was there the detachment board proposal, just this one sheet of 50 words? Or am I missing something?
So you, Mr. Mayor, that would be pages 152 to 155. So that's the proposal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not much to it.
No, there's not much to it. We tightened it up a bit only because every municipality in Ontario was listed. So where there wasn't a West Parry Sound municipality, we removed those pages, but that you're correct. It's just a very brief proposal and there's much to be done afterwards, but that's it. That will be the attachment to the resolution.
It was a long form that they provided to be filled in, and there are in fact a couple of very minor errors in it, but if you go and do the math on it, you'll see it doesn't add up properly, but the ministry is aware of those and has corrected them on their copies, so it's not there's a lot of details left to be worked out, folks. They're just looking for us to say, do you want to participate in this or not? And we will no doubt get some other final things related to what it's going to cost and where the meetings are going to be. And there's some other people that get appointed to the board. It's going to be a fairly large unwieldy board, I'm afraid, but there are other people that are, so anyway, any other comments or questions? No? Are you ready for the question? I don't know. Do we need what do you think? I guess we should have a vote on this one, maybe, shouldn't we? It's
It's at the call of council.
going to another,
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Okay, so the next one on the item going down is 11.6 and there was a resolution. This is related to the Roma conference, which is coming up at the end of January. It's in Toronto. And the motion simply is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone authorizes the following members of council to attend the 2023 Roma conference. So I'll ask, is there anyone who is interested in attending that conference? It goes for the better part of 3 days. It's right downtown at the Sheraton Center. I normally attended and I'm certainly interested in going to it. There's they have lots of good presentations on things like, that subjects that come up, like the transition to producer responsibility for landfill sites and things that things of that sort that affect us. It's a division of Roma is a division, as you perhaps know, of AMO. It's the rural Ontario caucus, if you will, of AMO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is there anything in our agenda printouts on the conference with dates or what we're doing with it? I don't see anything in our agenda package with it.
No, nothing was included.
Okay.
You could check online. This can be deferred. The conference is at the end of,
It's at the end of January.
end of
I
January.
was going to look because I see the diary I have with me is the 20. Oh.
there we go.
Councillor Gray has one. It says open nominations for the board, but January 20, Monday, well, it starts on Sunday, January the 22nd. There's a bit of a opening thing and, towards the afternoon, evening, and then it goes on Monday, the 23rd. And Tuesday, the 24th, and it looks like it doesn't go on Wednesday to this. So it's just Monday and Tuesday. Sheraton Center, 123 Queen Street West in Toronto. Are you interested? You've got that printed out. Are you interested in going, Councillor Bray?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. All right.
Just a side point, do we have a council meeting on the 24th?
24.
But I guess it's over that day, right? So you probably or go online.
Well, usually it ends at noon on the third day. I was at it one time. Thought it did.
Yeah, but there isn't a third day, like the way it is. It used to go for half a day on Wednesday, but it's just Monday and Tuesday by the look of what I just read to you. It starts like Sunday, the registration and stuff. There's not a lot of meetings and things, but it's sort of 2 full days. So yeah, that's you're right. I remember thinking that when that there was some conflict with one of the council meetings.
Good thing for Zoom, I guess.
But it wouldn't be, I mean, I guess
Well, that's the
the
other-
person's attending would be able to participate remotely, I imagine.
Exactly, yeah. I was just wondering.
Well, I'd certainly nominate Councillor Bray to go. We generally, over the years, have sent one representative. And sometimes the CAO has attended. I don't know whether the CAO is interested in attending.
I would have a look at the agenda first and let you know on January 10th.
Okay.
I think there's also an option to join virtually,
Oh,
which
oh,
I've become accustomed to. I've done a couple of conferences virtually. You can get distracted pretty easy if you're not careful, but what I,
so you can pay and Or is there a different fee for doing it virtually?
I would have to check. Sometimes what I find with conferences that I'm interested in, there's, you know, out of the 6 or 8 workshops during the day, I'm interested in 3. And so if you do it virtually, you can manage your time. You know, you miss out on the networking, unfortunately, but I'll have a closer look and let you know if I have an interest. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think this one has a, I think now that they've gone back to, can you tell from what you just, no. I mean, I would also like to go to it. Of course, I'm in Toronto, so I mean, I can go from Toronto so that I don't incur any expenses or anything, but you know, and again, the way I look at them is pretty much the way that Clark mentioned. If there's if it's, it depends what's on the agenda. When it was being done virtually, of course, I ended up spending most of the day on it, but you could sort of go in and out if you get a couple of hours in the day when but the value of it, a good part of the value is the fact that there are folks there that from other municipalities that we interact with, and that sometimes gives us a chance to have you know, offline conversations. And there's also a lot of provincial politicians who are there. And again, that's, to me, is the principal, one of the principal values. Because you get, you know, a lot of your best time is spent when you run into people in the hall and get a chance to talk to them about things. We have, for the last several Romas, we've had delegations sometimes too at a time. At one meeting, but the deadline was back in November or something like that. So, and I spoke to the clerk about it and said, do you think there's anything we should try to get a delegation for? And we didn't come up with anything. So it's not like we have to be there because because we've already requested a meeting with a minister. So anyway, that's the situation. As I say, I'd like to go. I'm not looking for expenses, but I'd like to go. Anyway. So who is going to move? Who's going to move for Councillor Bray?
I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess the difficulty is, again, there's no information supplied. I don't have an interest in going. When I hear you can go virtually, I mean, these conferences, you know, aren't cheap, and I hear the mayor saying you're not gonna have expenses, so I assume you're gonna stay at home and all that, you're not gonna go down to the Sheraton and book in for 3 days or
No,
whatever. And I appreciate that, but historically, we've had one person plus another, like a staff person, right? If we want to send, if the mayor wants to go and Council Bray want to go, fine. But I think we should take the opportunity also to do it virtually, particularly if it's cheaper, right? Like if it's half price or something, then, you know, I don't have that information.
I agree with you, but I don't believe that since they decided to go back to face-to-face meetings, there is no virtual.
So-
There wasn't for AMO when they.
Okay, so what's the cost of the Roma conference?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could I suggest, because we have a bit of time, that we'll come back in January 10th, not only with Roma, but with OGRA. OGRA has actually moved to April.
Good road.
Oh, Good Road. So it used to be always at the end of
All right.
February. It's now moved to April, interestingly enough. And we'll get information on both of these conferences. Now that I know there is an actual interest with other members of council, which hasn't necessarily been the case in the past, we'll bring the information on January 10th. And if it's not virtual, the mayor may be right. I'm just so used to, Councillor Bray says it's not virtual. There's no virtual option.
Yeah,
Thank you. I can't see where there's any virtual, option. I can't see one.
Okay, fair enough. We'll commit to getting information on both these conferences to council on January 10th, and there's still time to make the decision on who's attending and sign people up. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick thing. Would that give both of you enough time if it's on the 22nd, if it's not back until the 10th, or will we be better off to try and make a decision on that one tonight so that if you are going, you can schedule accordingly?
I'll put an end to this. I'll make a motion that the mayor and Councillor Bray go to it.
I'll second.
Okay, that was Councillor Lamb moved, seconded by Councillor Woods. Thank you. Well. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're almost out of time again, but we're aquatic environmental report 11.7. And this report is a lengthy report on the work that the Biosphere folks did. And this has to do with benthic monitoring, which is basically it's analyzing the microorganisms that are in the mud at the bottom of the lake, essentially. And it was done for 3 lakes. So this report is available. It's at first when I thought, oh, the report's missing, but in fact, there is a link to the report, which is on the website. And the reason it's missing is because our package, instead of being this thick, would be twice as thick. It was just a lot of paper, but you can go online and look at the report. So the suggestion here is that we receive this for information and that the report be forwarded to the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee. So that's.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I didn't look at it. I didn't realize that we were going to be updated tonight on it. But anyway, is there an executive summary or recommendations, or has anyone looked at it? Has anyone gone and looked at this link?
I have not at this point.
I would suggest we bring it back to the next.
We could do
meeting,
that, sure.
So that we can all take a look at the link. I'm interested in.
Well, I
what
can
it says.
forward it directly to council, the PDF of
Okay, yeah.
and then you have it. You don't have to worry about.
And
the
then we
link.
can be discussing it with the information.
All right. All right, well, let's do that. So now, there were 2 other items that also did not have material attached to them, and the 11.8, I understood what that was, which was to provide an update on where we are with the AV system. And I'm more than happy to do that, to give you sort of an oral report, but it would take a few minutes. What I was going to tell you is that probably at one of the January meetings, you will get a written report that says these are the next steps and what that we need to do to finish what we started. Recall we had in the budget a bunch of money for I don't know, $40,000 or something like that. And that was to complete the video portion in this room of what we were originally doing. And we have been talking to the vendor about doing that for quite a while. You'll appreciate that we did get sidetracked a little bit because when we decided that we had to go back to face-to-face meetings, there were some, well, there were two things. And I probably need to tell you what they are. There were two issues that, if you recall that discussion when council, it would have been back in, I don't know, June or sometime like that. We said the decision was we wanted to go back to face-to-face meetings. And at that time, I told you that there were two obstacles that were preventing us from doing hybrid meetings. So we were all set up to do meetings in here. And we were all set up to do Zoom meetings, but not a hybrid meeting where some people were on Zoom and some people were here. And the first thing that we didn't have was we didn't have sufficient internet bandwidth to make it work.
Mr. Mayor, can we talk about this in January? There's no, like,
Okay, if
you know,
you,
I'm the one that wanted this on the agenda,
you
okay?
know,
Like, we've got 5 minutes left, then we're not gonna get through the agenda. If there's a report coming in
Yeah.
January, great. The system is broken. Anytime the system is broken, anytime you say, put it right up to your mouth because it's not working, this doesn't work very well. And we've got to get it fixed. We spent 40,000 or something like that on what we've done so far, and there's another 20 in the budget. And again, I'm not trying to belittle all the efforts that have been made, but this doesn't work, and I just want it fixed. So if you're coming with a report, great, come with a report and we'll debate it in January. I wanted it in, and that's all I have to say about it.
okay, fine. That's. So in 11.9, and I did mention this was a request from Councillor Nash. And because there was no material or no resolution, I said to him, well, you know, I can let you speak for a couple minutes and just say what it was you wanted to talk about, but we can't obviously pass any resolutions. And I think we're kind of out of time. So in fact, we are out of time. We still have correspondence, council items, questions from the public. I don't know. So I think my request would be that whatever it was, that this be deferred to another meeting, and perhaps we can get at least a notice of motion or something from you, Councillor Nash, so that we don't,
Yeah, and
in the interest of time.
yeah, it can go on another council meeting. I know we're not gonna have time to discuss it, because I'm sure it would have taken 10 or 15 minutes. I'll just give a brief little summary of it. All I was wanting to do was raise the question and have a council discussion about coming up with the procedure or protocols on attendance at meetings, be it staff, consultant, agency, whatever it might be. I didn't quite understand, and I would like it to be answered if I could tonight. I had put it on the agenda a couple weeks ago. I was told it was on the agenda. I had a draft motion typed out. I asked if I had to submit anything, was never told. And then at 3 o'clock today to be told, you don't have a motion in front. There's no paperwork. It can't be on the agenda by you, Mr. Mayor. I don't quite understand that when I can say that 11.6, the Roma conference didn't have any data, but we voted on it tonight. I can say that the deputy mayor discussions, well, it didn't have anything in it. It was just discussions. So I don't quite understand why you need something written in order to be able to speak. And I know many times that we'll come up with motions on the go and vote on it. So I would like to know why we can't. I'm fine with deferring it, but know why I was told that we can't come up with a motion unless you have it in front of you beforehand. And why we can.
Well, I think the real problem is simply this. We know what these other things are about. We know very clearly that a decision has to be made, and we know what the decision is about. And anybody who reads the agenda knows what the decision is about, but there is no council protocol for attendance at meetings with staff, consultants, and agencies. And there is no council schedule for attending events. So I don't know, I mean, that to me, I mean, having a discussion about it. I think you could provide something brief in terms of what it is you want to do or want to have a discussion about, but you're obviously talking about something that we don't do right now, because we don't have these things
Yeah.
that you're alluding to, right? And I'm pretty sure that the clerk told you that, right? There is no such thing.
No, it's,
If you, and I don't know if it is that you want to have a master schedule of when all the committees are meeting and all that sort of thing, because you would be entitled to go to those if you wanted. They're not, for the most part, they're not closed, right?
yeah.
You know,
true.
so I just,
Yeah, I
that's the
can-
problem, that we have to, normally speaking, there has to be a motion in the regular part of the meeting. There has to be a motion on the floor to discuss things. That's part of the procedure.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll bring it back, and all it is to have issues that attended a couple weeks ago when you were going to attend a meeting, and I asked if I could attend it. You said, no, you're not allowed to as a counselor, but I can as a mayor, and I questioned it, and then you didn't end up attending. That's the kind of stuff I want to talk about here, to get it out in the open, to see who can attend meetings, when, who should be delegated. I think it's a very important role, so we don't overstep our boundaries as counselor or mayor. We have to remember that council is council made up of the mayor and councilors, and we should come up with protocols on who attends meetings when there's public involved and agencies involved. That's all. So I think it's a lengthy discussion, so we don't need to go on about it tonight, but I'd be glad to work with the CAO on bringing it forward on the next council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, number 12 is correspondence. Whereas Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 8 of the agenda, now therefore be it resolved that council receive the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion or action. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Bray. Are there any that you wish to pull for discussion? Councillor Woods,
A, please.
A. Okay, and number A, let me just look at my list here and we'll see what it is. This is Mr. Greenwood's letter. This is, well, This, this is an item, is this an appropriate item for open session? Now that I think about it.
I see that a couple of counselors have comments.
Just-
I understood that he was looking for council to waive the costs of the zoning application. There was, you know, a fair bit
Okay.
of
All
preliminary
right.
information here, but that's my
Okay, well,
understanding. is
that's,
his
I
request.
guess that's, if that's the substance of the request, I guess we can. So, you wish, oh, sorry, before we go on, are there any others? Is it just A is the only one? No? Okay, Councillor Woods, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bray, go ahead.
I had also wanted D and E as well.
D and E. Okay. So D is Stop the harassment and abuse, this Bill 5, okay. That's a new one. E was archipelago about Perry Sound Mega School. All right, okay, so
Through you, Mr. Mayor, do we have to do another extension of another half hour? I just noticed.
we actually can't extend another half hour. We are officially out of time, so. I don't know, it's, I mean, if you're willing to carry on a little bit, I'm prepared to pretend that I didn't see the clock, but that's. Otherwise,
What clock?
yeah, the one that the wreath is hiding there. Okay, go ahead, please, and hopefully we can wrap this up reasonably quickly, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. One of the biggest reasons that I wanted to bring this up is it's a meeting that I had to leave from when I went to the hospital. I missed this whole section in the meeting.
Yes,
I read it, I understand it. I questioned whether or not we should be doing it in open or closed too. One of the questions I asked earlier about was that the fees in the accounts payable for Greenwood, if that's the same matter, that's what he's supposed to pay. Maybe just a report back from staff telling us money wise what it would cost. Because from what I remember reading the agenda that day, and I was eating morphine, so don't hold it against me. To me, it seemed like it was a great big error on a lot of different people's parties' parts on how the zoning got messed up. Just if we could get something back, some sort of report, a quick answer. That was it.
I don't know, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. We can defer this to January 10th. I'll have a conversation with John Jackson, our planner, about this. There is information that was available at the meeting, but we can revisit it with an understanding of Mr. Greenwood's request.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Councillor Lamb.
quickly through you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if the CO clerk could maybe even talk to Mr. Greenwood to understand. I want to understand what the total costs are, right? Is it $800 or do we have to have another public meeting to rezone it? And is it 3,000 or 800 or whatever? But also I want to know, I don't understand title insurance because I haven't bought property for a little while. I know what it is, but is that mandatory when you do a real estate transaction? No, it isn't. So you have to pay for it, but like someone had to tell someone it was zoned whatever, right? Like, just doesn't, I don't know. I need to understand that. So I assume Mr. Greenwood did not have title insurance because I would think if he did, he'd be submitting the bill to that. I just want to clarify that that's the case. So.
Well, I'm sure we could clarify it. I think if he wouldn't be asking for this probably because he would have a payout.
Probably he doesn't.
Yeah.
I'd assume.
Okay, well.
But I think the
yeah.
key is if we truly made the mistake as a municipality, someone made an error and somewhere and so we got to decide how much money we're talking about here. That's the first thing, right? And you know, I have some sympathy to what Mr. Greenwood is saying, even though I voted against it initially. So anyway, okay, thank you.
All right, so this one's going to come back then.
Yep.
All right. Item D, Bill 5. Councillor Ray.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was, when I read this, I wish to, that the municipality that we support it. I think it's important as leaders that we follow the same guidelines that staff do and that we are showing the same leadership in being being accountable under the Occupational Health and Safety Act through the workplace violence and harassment policies. I was
quite surprised when I found out that we weren't. And I really feel that it's important that, that also be included in our education as well as something that we acknowledge that we are also responsible under that. Thank you.
I'm trying to find. Oh, I see. So what you would like to do is you would like. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Okay, so Bill 5, was that a private? Was that a private member's bill? All right, so you're asking that we that we support that. We could, when we come out, I guess if it's agreeable, we could have a motion to well, in fact, we could do it right now, I guess. Is there a seconder for this motion? Okay. Yes. Hmm? Oh, okay. Is there a separate page for that? All right, sorry. All right, well, I thought we were going to do it after you. Okay, and number E was the Prairie Sound Mega School. Again, Councillor Ray.
Again, that was something else that I thought that we should support the resolution from Archipelago and support the resolution by the that was also from the town of Perry Sound to request them to relook at the numbers for the school, the census and population and dwelling counts, because the school, there is a real feeling that the school is not going to be big enough for the children and the number of people who will be involved in it. And I think that it's gone on so long that at this point, things may have changed quite a bit. And so I would urge us to support this as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other comments about that one? I think we have already supported it once, but now we have a brand new spanking new ward, right? So anyway, I'll give this back to MPS, so it's out of your package. Under matters,
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind me, one of the things we can do, because there's no time sensitivity to either of these items, we can bring back a resolution to January 10th. It's already written that, and we do this frequently, that will support these two initiatives. And that would be the direction to staff, and then they'll have a resolution before you on January 10th.
is that acceptable? Or
Well,
do you want
that's
to?
very acceptable, Mr. Mayor. Thank
all
you
right.
so much.
All right, so I will just make a note here then. On here. Resolutions to come January 10th. All right, so those in favor of that disposition, please indicate. So we have a record of it. Thank you. And this one doesn't. This is that other thing, right? So. Okay, so now we are at councillor items. I was going to give you a little bit of a report on the rec committee, but instead of, because of the time, what I will tell you is that there is an activity planned for, it's the Friday, December 31st. That's not New Year's Eve, but the Friday before, immediately before New Year's Eve. The plan is to have a family-friendly movie here at the community center. So you can watch for that. announcement. Lots of other good stuff going on. There was a terrific meeting here, a terrific event here held just on Saturday, which was what we call Secret Santa, and basically it gave young kids an opportunity to come here and shop for some very with very small amounts of money for donated items that were here, and the parents got entertained across the way there, and folks helped them pick out things. These are things that they're buying for their parents or their siblings or whatever. And I understand somewhere 45 or so kids actually participated, so lots of fun, apparently. Were you here? No?
I really wish that I came, but the boys and I missed it.
Yeah, okay, well, anyway. All right, so I won't, in the interest of the hour, I won't belabor it. Yeah, you were gonna mention,
Yeah. You're
Go ahead.
finished?
I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, good. I just have a couple of items. When I was on the dog bylaw committee some months ago, we had discussed, then I wasn't on it, but we had discussed a uniform for the bylaw officer. And I know he's got, bylaw on the side of his truck. I think he should have some sort of magnetic strip or something that he puts on that says his Whitestone bylaw, so he's identified. And also, I think that he should have, a hat and a jacket that identify him as a bylaw officer. And because if he doesn't have that, I kind of think it's dangerous going onto people's property and without being proper identification. So I just bring that up so that maybe you can give us a report or whatever. Like, I think he needs to be, or any bylaw officer needs to be ably dressed, I guess, and appropriately. So I don't know where that got lost in the dog bylaw thing, or
No, it didn't get lost, Councillor Lamb. He does have shirts for the summer that say bylaw officer, and he does have a jacket for the winter. Now, more like a spring jacket. I guess he wears a sweater under it that does say bylaw.
so
I
he's,
don't know about the hat. I mean, it would be helpful. You often see bylaw enforcement officers with
Yeah.
a hat that says bylaw. So I'll follow up on that, but
Yeah, I
certainly
just-
the shirt and coat does exist. I've seen it.
yeah, okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you. That's good. The second thing is just an announcement. I have resigned from my road association. And as my wife has resigned from our road association. And I have also resigned from having anything to do with the Ardbeg Community Hall, which I paid $20 to belong. So I just want to inform the public that I've resigned for that, because I don't want to have any sort of bias when it comes to decisions related to either one of those organizations. So I just wanted to publicly say that. Thank you. And those are the only organizations that I know of that I belong to. So thank you.
okay, thank you. Anything else from councilors? Questions from the public?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you beat me. I just had a couple real quick things, if I may. The first one is I just wanted to let other counselors know that I'm going to be attending the new counselor training with AMO in January or early February, February 1st it might be. So thank you to staff for registering me for that. And I guess I just had a question. I don't know if it can maybe just get answered by an email or whatever it might be. But I know I was trying to work diligently through this procedural bylaw. And I know it asked a question to get the Word document of the procedural bylaw. And I know I was advised that basically because it's a clerk document, it's a protected document, so they can't provide it to me for Word to edit, which would have saved me a whole bunch of time if I could have gone through and edited it in Word for my comments. So I'm just wondering if staff could get back to me to let me know where the bylaw is that would note that those types of documents are protected and we can't get a Word document copy of it when it's in the agenda the same day. So if somebody could get back to me on that, it would be greatly appreciated. And the very last one is, I had a couple phone calls. I know did not snow that much over the weekend. I forwarded them on to the road super who got right back and took care of everything, I believe. But do we maybe send something out in maybe the next newsletter or something that maybe just lets residents know when the plows hit the roads, if it's after a certain amount of snowfall or whatever it is? Or somewhere we could send them to the website that might help. The road super was more than happy to pass on his office direct line number and email instead of having to contact me direct. But if we might be able to put a little blurb in a newsletter, it might help save staff from some phone calls or something. That was it, and thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions from the public?
I don't have time. Been doing some investigation on the Belvedere Heights. And the initial legal opinion I got is criminal. What we'll do. There will be an outcome because of this.
Well,
I don't need an answer.
no, I don't agree with you, obviously, but I guess it's not my problem anymore, is it?
No, I know, but it's a problem for the old. This is seen.
No, well. I have no information. I've got to be honest with you. I have no information to support what you're saying. I understand that there are people who think that terrible things are going to happen, but I'm absolutely convinced that that's not the case. And it's not the intention. I can,
And they're basically not going to get the money back. It was not for me, they were getting the money back. And the board has decided to charge them 10% for this.
okay, well, look, I'm sorry, but there is nothing that there's nothing, well, I still think that, well, all right. There's nothing that I can discuss with you about that. I'm sorry, it's just not. No, well, yeah. What is it?
If someone's going to speak, our folks on Zoom can't hear. And
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Well, look, we have to cut this meeting off. I'm sorry. And if I've disenfranchised somebody who's sitting on the phone listening, I apologize to you folks, but we have to we have to wrap this up. We're way past curfew. So I will get a mover and seconder for the confirmatory bylaw, please. Councillor Woods, is there a seconder? Councillor Lamb. All those in favor? Adjournment. Councillor Bray. Councillor Nash. I hesitate to say. 10:51. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good evening.